Hey everybody, welcome to Stay Fishy Friday, where you might get Jerry, you might get, Reaper, or you may get Josh, but you definitely gonna get a Laura, huh? Say hi everybody. You gonna say hi? There you go. My little sweetheart. Okay.
Right there.
That's Grandpa. That's on the video. I'm feeding the fish.
Oh.
So, first off, let's start off with, can you guys hear me? Can you guys see me? Yep. Okay, there we go. Harley Gem says, best surprise guest ever. Josh is here, but he's out there feeding the fish, so he'll be in a minute. Everybody's saying, hi, Laura. Deb Charge goes, hi, Laura. Oh, hi, Rich. He's silly, huh? You tell him, at least somebody loves me, huh? My little precious angel loves me. Who's your favorite? I thought Daddy was your favorite.
You are.
I'm your favorite. Oh, love her to death. All right. He's just so precious. She's my little sweetheart. He gives the best hugs. All right, guys. It has been, oh my God. It has been so busy around here for the last week. It's been crazy. I'm just running from one thing to another. That's crazy. But, I just keep taking it, and going and going and going. And then last night, my nurse showed up, and I'm like, wait a minute. I don't have to stay up all night. Oh, this is great. And I went to sleep. And my nurse showed up today, and I got a lot of stuff done. I got caught up with the bills. I haven't been doing bills because they're coming in the mail every day, but I've been so busy around here, it's been crazy. So I got the bills caught up today. Sugar Bear says, have you accomplished anything? Have you not been watching the videos? We got the gazebo back up. We got the bridge in place. We can walk across now without getting wet. We can still drive across in the other area. We got the blue koi pond tub in place, a little pool, and got it set up. We got the glass in the 4,000-gallon tank. We got the roofing off of the mid deck, and then decided, since there was so much damage, to rip the whole wood apparatus off and start from scratch. And we got that taken off. There's a huge pile the size of me, 6 foot tall, probably about 20 foot wide, of old cedar wood that we ripped out of there. And you can see right from my kitchen, right down. You don't see the patio no more. You see right down in the basement. It's amazing. It's crazy. So, and then while we're doing that, I got a letter today from the, there you go, honey. I got a letter today from the IRS that in 2022 and 2023, they redid my taxes and say I owe another $800. I'm like, does it ever end? I just got hit with $9,000 for my income tax, and that was in March. I got hit with $9,100 or $9,400 of taxes for the house, and then I got hit with that trailer fiasco. That was $5,000, and then $5,000 to redo the patio deck. And now we just added another $5,000. I'm down like $35,000 since March. It's crazy. And now they hit me up saying I didn't pay enough back in those years. I don't understand how they accepted it. They agreed with it. They took it. It should be done. You can sit on that until Jerry comes in, okay? Because that's got the nice big cushy seat. I know you like that. There you go. Yep. And I gave her my little cushion pad to sit on the red chair. You like that one better though, huh? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, if Jerry don't come in, Dad don't need it, you can use that one on the red chair. How about that?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay.
Jerry's not coming in. Look.
Dale Max says, are you sure it's not a scam? Yeah, it's straight from the IRS. Look at Gypsy says, more than I'm making a year. Well, It's a whole lot more than I wanted to spend this year. Mark Levitt says, tell everyone who helped you out. Great job. I do all the time. See, you guys don't see, you know, somebody today said something negative, and you know, I just erase this stuff anymore. But someone said something on there, and you know, you don't see me congratulating people or buying them this or doing that. I don't record that stuff. I record the, you know, hang on guys, we're moving this. Everybody stop. Give me 5 seconds when we stop. I record for, you know, 10 seconds. I put it down. We go back to work. And you know, the people are like, I don't like the way you treat your community service, this and that. There wasn't just community service here. It was friends too. And you know, you got to have a shot caller. You got to have a person in charge. So otherwise, here's what happens. This person thinks it should go this way and he's pushing that way. This person thinks it should go over here. He's pushing this way. This person don't know what's going on. They're just standing there. The person on the forklift is going, what's going on? I eliminate all of that. And I take charge and I tell people what to do. And that's it. The job gets done easy. It gets done quick. Everybody listens. Perfect. If I go to your house, I'll listen to you because for one, I don't know where everything's going. I don't know what your plans are. I don't know what you want to accomplish. So I just come over to help and I listen to you. That's the way it should be. You know? And for all you Karens that don't like it, move to another channel. I really don't care no more. I surround myself with good people and they're great. And you Karens just add to the negativity. Don't even need you here.
Hey, are you gonna cry?
What's that?
Are you gonna cry?
Am I going to cry? Why would I cry? I have everything. I have got a little granddaughter like you. You're so cute. Why would Grandpa cry?
Because that's your one.
No. So, oh yeah, Summer Lee says they just go cry about it behind the scenes. Yeah, I'm having to start policing that channel too because Reaper lets way too much go. Which, by the way, he said he's going to try and be here today. So that's why I put on there, you know, Rich and Jerry, maybe Reaper. Yeah, she is a little adorable thing. Uh-oh, it's jumping ahead too fast. Drinking word trailer fiasco. No, Reaper will be here. We don't try and bring it up. He felt bad. He tried making a GoFundMe. I'm just out the money. That's all there's to it. And just move on. I don't know what else to do about it. I could keep on yelling at him. I could keep on making him feel bad. It ain't gonna get either one of us ahead in the future. What, baby?
I have a real tablet.
You have a real tablet?
I have 2 of them.
You are so lucky.
I have 2 of them.
You know why you're lucky? Because people love you enough to buy you a real tablet.
And then Mommy did.
Mommy, she must love you. Oh, yeah? A unicorn one?
Yeah.
Daddy's here. Come on over here, sweetheart. Come on. Let Daddy sit up there. Just stand and get on your seat. She wants to sit on that cushion. She likes that cushion.
Oh, you like this cushion? Then give me the rubber chair.
Oh, no. You can, here, just put the cushion over here. Oh, my goodness. She's going to be 2 foot taller. Don't fall off it. Hey, JJ. Hey, buddy.
What's up, dude?
You got him?
Yeah. Can you get the other cushion off?
No.
Why?
Because you are so big and heavy.
All right.
All right. Say hi, everybody.
What's good, everyone? There is lots of little problems out there. I've just been trying to.
Dude, that's all I've been dealing with all day. And then, you know, today I got hit with, you know, I was like, I better catch up on the bills because I've been doing so much other stuff. I go and I catch up on the bills and then I go get the mail. And I'll be damned if the government didn't say, oh, we redid your tax returns on 2022 and 2023, and you owe another $1,800 or 800 was it? 18 or 800, something like that. I'm like, man, it just never ends. Hey, buddy, hi.
Hey, JJ.
Harley Jem's got it right. Everyone needs to be on the same page without writing a novel. Yeah. None of it says, I hope you guys fixed today. We got as much fixed as we could.
Right now,
Yes, baby.
there's a filter that's down that is not
No.
running. It's not a wet vital piece, but I need to get it fixed here soon. Just did not have enough time today. The wet filter is completely not running whatsoever. It is down. The only saving grace is the oasis filter are running into it, and they are keeping they're keeping the bacteria alive. So at least our bacteria won't die, but the check valve inside of the overflow box, the nut actually cracked and split, and it was shooting out water everywhere.
That's why the pond has been we know we had the leak in the stream, but even after you fixed that yesterday, it's still down low.
It's a separate issue. It's not draining out no more now. With that pump on, it was
Right.
because the
It was splashing.
total water volume, I cleaned both pumps and got the wetland filter pump cleaned, and it was running 2 days ago. This just happened yesterday. So I was in there and it was fine. But 2 days ago, when all three pumps were on, that wetland filter filled up way too much, and it was coming over where I seamed the two liners together. That has dried up since yesterday. But I have nowhere else to get this check valve. I messaged Ed, and
Tell his response.
and he just said, wow, like, never seen that happen before. I was thinking they were going to send us out a replacement, but that didn't happen. So I'm going to look at fixing it a different way. And quite honestly, I can get a different pump on there if I'm making these changes anyways. That check valve fits the aquascape pumps only. So now if I'm using a different, plumbing configuration, I can use whatever low fit or high efficiency, low power pump I want, and still get the power, because there is no head difference from the pond to the stream, but maybe like 18-inch. So it's just strictly water volume. I can get a 10,000 gallon per hour pump, and have it at 400 watts compared to this 600 watt pump we're running now, and only getting 7,000 gallons of water. But anyways, I'll fix that in the days to come. So that's problem 2.
Can I use it for just for a second? Alan Mitchell says, are y'all on TikTok yet? We've got like almost close to 1 million followers on TikTok. We've been on TikTok.
Also, social media, Ohio Fish Rescue. So if you are on Facebook, that's what gets the most content besides YouTube. Is completely different from those two. Both Instagram and TikTok, I just repost the reels that I post to our Facebook.
Oh, look at Summerlee's on it. She already sent him a link to the TikTok.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, Summerlee. Alan says he's just checking in. Raheem says TikTok is banned in India. That's crazy.
Platform's been going downhill, that's for sure. They don't pay creators enough at all. They keep changing monetization rules. That is the same thing that goes for Facebook and Instagram. Instagram was completely demonetized altogether, and Facebook took a big hit for a while. They're starting to climb back up, but it's just life. You move on. You keep going. We're still expanding our mission, getting new people. I use the Facebook platform for all of like the adoptions. So it's an easy platform for people to message on. If they see a fish they like, we can chat in the comments or private message, and it works out for pretty well.
The YouTube is basically to keep you guys updated, and you know, here's the new fish, here's the fish going out, here's the projects going on, you know, that kind of stuff. And then on Facebook, you've got two. The forum is for us to help people like, hey, my fish is safe. You can upload a picture there. That's on the Ohio Fish Rescue Forum. You can't really upload a picture to the business page, but he runs a business page. So he does all the, you know, the animal rehomes and all that kind of stuff through there, puts out videos on there.
Careful, Jay.
JC says, Rich, who's the guy who put fish food in behind you? That was me 190 pounds ago. Not 190, just 90 pounds ago.
JJ. Oh, Laura. At that stage that she's copying everything he does.
Hey,
Timber.
you.
Oh, man. Well, I got the bike fixed. It's completely back to get.
So the air ride's done?
Yeah, replace all the air. If you guys didn't know, you probably don't. But I went to go pull my bike out since the first time I bought it. That you guys seen it that first time, and the bike caught on fire. Turns out the air compressor went bad. It got on
That was
fire.
back by the back tire, right?
Yeah.
He didn't know where the smoke was coming from.
You know, I got that out, and then I found out it got the air lines and the compressor. So I replaced all that, and it's back up and going.
Someone asked how Jerry going. That's Sean H. Says, how's Jerry doing? He says he feels better than he has in the last month. So we'll keep our fingers crossed. Alan Mitchell said, oh, he's there. This is one of our roofer guys. Says, you and your brother's bike is just sick. I love the air ride and the body kits. And the stereo. And the ape hangers. Come on.
Yeah, but whose is better? Whose looks better?
You don't want to do that right now, Josh. Wait till yours is finished painting and everything's matching, and then we'll have a whole, you know, whose is better thing.
Well, no, it comes down to you like flashy chrome and cut color, or you like blacked out.
Alan says he likes the black one.
And that's completely all right. They're both very nice bikes.
None of your business says riding with Dad. Why not? Yes, they are, and they're wanting to. But it's got to be a time that I have a nurse here and can get away. That they're not at work. You know, it's really rough. That we're not doing a super big project. Will starts here. What's up, brother?
I don't know. After this, ain't gonna get much. What are you doing? Stop. Jay, quit pulling my shirt. All right, Lo, can you sit back? Still, Laura, stop. Can you sit under the chair, please?
No, I don't want to sit with you.
Okay, well then stop pulling my shirt. There you go.
Crystal Kelly says hello. None of your business goes there. You are my wife.
Are you trying to put this around you?
Yeah.
Silly, I can't go around you. These kids are.
He's still at the age where he's trying to eat his whole fist.
Yeah.
Look at you. She came in here and look at all these yellow balls. She picked them up off the floor for me.
I'm gonna get the other one.
Okay. Such a good little housekeeper. She's so sweet. I got them for you, Grandpa, she said.
Science says, great to see JJ around the rescue. He's getting big enough. Yes, it was like a week and a half ago. He just took off, and now he's into everything.
I took off the way.
Yeah, you're into everything as well.
Everything is brown.
And Raheem says that lots of channels are banned, even AliExpress.
Yeah.
The Indian government does want us to buy Chinese stuff. That's crazy.
Well, you got to think two very large, GDP countries when it comes to trade. You've got China and India. So why would you want all of your citizens in India to buy stuff from China when it's being made in India,
But that's what they want. For some reason, that's what he said.
No, he said AliExpress is banned because it's from China.
Oh, no. He said.
He meant to say doesn't.
Oh, okay. Because it does say Indian government does want us to buy Chinese stuff.
It almost happened here too. You never know. What's up, Jay? He's standing up.
You can't stand on this chair. There's no arms or nothing.
Gotta be careful.
You
Okay?
come back here and Grumps is going to tickle you. I'm going to tickle you. Oh, careful. See, it moves. You can't stand, honey.
All right. Oh. It's gonna be cool to see those two growing up and helping out the rescue. Well, we'll see if they want to,
With old Rich still kicking. See, now, I never had designs on the rescue. Me and his older brother built that Camaro out in the garage, and I had built many, many hot rods. Hey, you. He just entertains himself, don't he? So anyways, we were building hot rods most of my life. I'd buy cars, fix them up, sell them. I get a car, then I take the system out, put that aside, with all my system stuff, sell the car, fix it up. And this is what I did most of my life when I built hot rods and then sell them. And then, we built one with Richie, and that was the Camaro. And it come time to build, Josh turned 15. I'm like, what kind of car do you want to build? And he's like, car? I want to build a car. He hated cars because we did all the work in the garage. And since I was watching the kids, they had to stay by me. So Joshy was like on a couch in the garage constantly with his little video games or sleeping or whatever. And he grew up hating cars because of it. I didn't know. I turned my own son against cars. So we had a 300-gallon fish tank. He loved that. So me and him started going and hanging out together and going to auctions and getting more tanks. And that's where we got the dog bone. Everyone kept telling me, get rid of that dog bone. No, that's one of my first tanks as we started the father and son thing of buying tanks and, hooking things up. And that thing's been with us, what? You're 31? Since you were 15, 16 years. No, it's got to be longer than that.
It's been longer. He started the fish when I was really young.
I don't know. But anyways, yeah, you were right. He doesn't want to.
Yeah, do that to me.
Trying to keep these kids entertained.
He'll entertain him damn self.
Yeah, I was trying to keep them a little quieter. There we go. Well, guys, you guys got me for another half hour. What was Josh's
Any
first
fish
car?
questions or anything?
It was
1979 Camaro.
technically.
I gave him one of my hot rods when I got the Camaro going and stuff. I had a 79 Camaro with a 454 turbo 400 trans, 12-volt positive rear end, and 250 horse of nitrous. That was his first car, and he did not like it. He traded it off for a Nissan. And I'm like, oh my God, don't! I've had that car for probably 20 years. Don't trade that off, Josh. And he's like, but this Nissan's amazing and blah, blah, blah. And he wanted it so much. So I let him trade it. And now as he's grown up, he's like, wow, I should have never got rid of that big black Camaro. And it had no hood on it. It was all chromed out motor. Everything was sticking out the hood. It was great. What was my first car? Sean asked. Believe it or not. Now, I'm not from the 50s or nothing like that, but I didn't have no money. But I saved up. You shut your mouth. I saved up enough money. There was this old beat-up car down the road. And the guy wanted $300 for it. It was a 59 Oldsmobile. Looked like the Batmobile. It had a windshield that wrapped around. No bends, no curve. It was bent. It wasn't like an angle. It wasn't two pieces together. It was one piece of window formed all the way around. It was crazy. It had a 390 in it and a a Y pipe that came together, and then it was supposed to have a pipe to the muffler, and there was no pipe, no muffler, no nothing. It was just like now listen, the story gets much more intense. I had the car for a week, and I'm driving up Wallings Hill, and because you have to go uphill, I'm exerting pressure, so it's going up this hill, loud as can be. I see a cop coming down, so I try and fool him, and as he comes by, before he comes by, I put it in neutral and let it idle, and he passes on by me. I put it back into gear, and by this time I had slowed down so much going uphill. I put it back in gear. I'm giving it gas. I thought he couldn't hear me. Man, this car turns around, does a U-turn, lights come on, pulls me over. I'm 15 years old. I didn't have nothing like insurance and none of that. And sure enough, he tows that car. And I was so mad. This is everything I had worked for. I'd saved that money forever. I was like, that's it. Now, blah, blah, blah. And I try and get it back, and how much of the towing and the impound fee and all that. So here was my bright idea. I'm going to go up to the impound fee. I got a spare key. I'm gonna get my car back. I'm thinking like a 15-year-old. So me and a buddy of mine went up to the impound lot, and we jumped over the fence, and we go back there, and we make sure there's an open path. Sure enough, everything's open, except there's a small chain on the fence door. So I go back there. I'm like, man, it's probably dead. They probably just, left something on or whatever. So I turn the key, and it starts. I'm like, oh shit! I put it in gear and floored it, and just all hell's breaking loose. Rocks are spinning everywhere. I come all the way through there, and I come up to the gate. I hit the gate, and it busts open. I got my car. I got my car back. I got out of there. No one caught me. No cops chased us. Nothing. So it was about 3 weeks I had that car, barely taking it out. But man, it was crazy. I was scared to death every time. And finally they towed it again. And this time I had a court case and everything else. And the cops said, you ain't getting that car back. It's getting, crushed. And that's what they did. There went my first car. I got to drive for maybe a week and a half.
Someone said, what has it been like raising two kids? Well, it's fun, it's rewarding, and also stressful at times.
Really? Because I raised 2.5 by myself. Hey, buddy. And I never had a babysitter. I did not have a babysitter. So my kids were always with me. You went to my work. You went to my spare side jobs. You guys were always with me. Raheem, you can buy stuff from Amazon and have it shipped here. They're going to pay an awful lot to have it reshipped to you, though. Or you can just leave it here. Grab it when you visit. Oh, Belle starts here. Hi, Belle. Belle starts says, hi, Rich, Fishy family, Josh, Laura, and JJ. So nice to be here with everyone. Where'd Laura go? She's in the car. Hi, sweetheart.
Playing her game in the car.
Yo, she's playing her game in her car. She's such a little girl. Are we planning on, Dylan says, are you planning on getting the boat out this summer? It wasn't a priority. I definitely wanted to, but everything was blocking it in. Now, if you watch today's video, I even got excited. The boat's free. We can take the boat out now. I got to get it out and take to the front yard after we get finished with this roof. Now, this Saturday and Sunday, hopefully a lot of people show up to help, but if not, we've got Joshy and Richie here going to do the building. I'll hand up all the tools and lumber and everything else I can, and then it'll take me weeks to just clean everything. If people do show up, we'll have people helping do that, and then we'll have other people helping clean up the mess, from the roofing. So, it all depends on what happens Sunday, but that's this Sunday. Everyone's welcome to come by. I'll get pizza for everybody and pop and beer, whatever.
I was supposed to get my boat out this weekend on Sunday, but now I put that off to help him with his roof.
I'm sorry, son, but I've raised just wonderful children. See how I turned that around?
What are you doing? What are you doing? Oh, you gotta scroll down so we can get some more
I know I'm dealing with one thing after another.
People are talking about the glass in the tank. It is actually almost halfway cured. We got a full 10 days. Well, I kind of restarted that with the coating. So 10 days for the black sealant and then plus 2 days for the coating. So
Well, the coating would be done before the sealant's done.
coating takes 10 days to cure, and I did two
Oh,
coats, and I
gotcha.
started the last coat 2 days after the seal. So
Okay, Bob Taylor says piranha in the Dwight Howard tank sounded good. No, don't you guys fall for Josh's shit. There's no piranha going in there.
I have a Manueli piranha that looks awesome. That would be perfect for that tank until he outgrows it.
And he eats the green tree python when he comes in.
No,
Yes.
if you're worried about that, you cut a little piece of plexiglass and put it on the lid platform like it originally was.
Well, I told everybody the archer's going in there. We just couldn't catch it.
The big arch. Here's the problem with the big archers. The biggest one is 10-inch, and that is a small 100-gallon tank. We either have to buy new small archers, or them big archers are not going in there. They're just way too big, and they're gonna be hard to catch.
They're the same size as that piranha.
Piranha's like 6 inches,
So are the
and it's
archers.
one fish. That big archer is probably closer to 10.
There's no way.
It's size of my hand.
No. He's this long. That's 6 inches.
Smaller one, maybe.
When you tell people that this is 10 inches, it's actually 6 inches.
I don't know. I pulled that third one out and stuck him on the tape. He was 9. He didn't look like the biggest one in there.
Prince Vinos asked a good question. We're going away for a long weekend soon. Is it okay to leave my swimming fishy family alone, not fed for 3 days? Yes, but what I would do is I'd feed them every single day, not every other day or whatever you're doing now. Feed them every single day, a little bit more and more and more so that they're nice and full. And then they'll take the vacation like you're taking the vacation. You don't want to leave them hungry because then they'll start nipping each other and start, aggravations and stuff like that they weren't doing before. So just pack them up on there and feed them the day you leave, and they'll only be gone no food for 2 days. And that's fine. Nate says, all I have is a canoe, but I get on the water for the first time this year, Wednesday. Must be nice.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Everyone's standing behind Josh now. Harley Jem says, those archers are big even on video.
And the point of the matter is I don't want something that's high maintenance because I'm the one that's stuck taking care of them, and I'm not crawling inside that tank. So it is difficult enough on me, and then add the extra layer of a snake that could potentially strike you from above. So that makes it even harder. If I put one fish in there, for one, my water changes are far less. One fish looks great. There's something in there, and he's super easy to feed. No matter where I throw food, he's right on it. Now, granted, he's the second largest species of piranha, so he will get big, so it's not a permanent home for him. It's just a temporary home. But as of right now, I'm going to go ahead and put that tank back up and see if someone wants it. And now that it looks awesome. There was so many people that were dogging that tank. Oh, yeah. It looks bad. Oh, you're never going to use it. And now I post the first video of it full, and it goes viral. It's over a million views, and everyone loves it. There's been so many people asking me, how much? Can I come buy it? Blah, blah, blah. Now, granted, a majority of those are going to be, tire kickers and window shoppers. But if one thing prevails, then bam, we sell the tank and we use them funds for something greater,
Gracie and her gaggles here. She says, I missed all of you. Well, you know, Grace, that can be avoided by just watching us. Hanging out with us. Is that the doorbell?
No.
Okay. Terry Times here. Says, caught alive. Hi, Rich, Josh, and chat. Wow, I haven't seen you in a while. Riley Jam says, I like the one fish idea. And if we put a piece of plexiglass in there, now you got to get in there to feed the piranha. You can't just
cut one single hole, and you just use tongue. If you know where the hole is, you're good to go. Or you can get crafty and put a feed tube in the return line, and bam, you inject it in there, and it spits it out the return.
Oh, we'd have to take off the little sandbars, but yeah.
I think you missed a super chat up there. There you go.
Oh, good. This is Mad Fish the Pirate. $5. Do we get a Reaper date update? I mean Reaper date. Oh, talking about Cheryl and Reaper. I don't think that happened. But thank you for the $5. Reaper's supposed to be here tonight, so we can ask him himself. He was at his son's wedding today, and he said after the wedding, you know, they're going to disappear. They got a little reception, but, you know, he'll be over after.
This child is wild.
And if you got the chance to pick him up, he is solid like 2 bowling balls in a bag. He is just heavy.
This kid almost weighs more than Laura. It's crazy. Kid's gonna be a little football player or something. You can be whatever you want, but I'd advise against being a football player. You don't want your toofuses getting knocked out. Jay, it's all right.
Jay, for me?
But you're too pretty.
I'm too pretty.
You're too pretty. You're a princess.
Okay.
She said okay and stuck out on her tongue and tried making Jay laugh.
Jay's second tongue back.
You see, Jay?
Crystal Kelly says, hug the babies for me and none your business, please.
There we go. That's from your friends on the live stream.
Your fishy family you don't even know yet. Laura. Shh. Talk to them. They got to hear us.
What time is Reek supposed to be showing up?
5, 6, he said. Okay.
Hey,
Paul says, when are you planning to build your fish room extension? 3 years ago. That's when I planned it. I stick your fingers back in his mouth. Do that again.
That's the only way of communicating right now.
Yeah, we had a plan for 3 years ago, and we never got around to it. We keep trying, but that's not like a big necessity. When the city hits you up with, you know, you got to do this or move that or do this, that comes first. You know, the fish tank, you know, came in, the new ones, when we had to go through as much as we can to get them done first. You know, just whatever, you know, God deals us, we handle that first. And then, you know, we can get back to what we want after that. Like, I would give nothing more to just go now riding on my Harley with my boys, say F the world. But then there's no one here to watch Tracy, you know, so what if the nurses don't show up today? I didn't have a nurse yesterday. That I was planned on spending the whole day out there helping the roofers. And it did not work out that way.
You know, just we'll plug over.
So I don't know. But anyways, we do what I have a list to do, 150,000 things on it, and I just keep reading through it, moving up. Oh, we can get this done, move it up. And then that becomes the more important up top. The fish room extension, we can get to it whenever. It's nothing we have to have right now. You know, so I mean, not to mention this year here, I've already been hit with 30 grand of of debt, you know, and now my credit cards are in debt, and I had all my credit cards paid off. The house is paid off. I was doing good, and it's hard when you're putting in $1,000 a month of your money into the fish rescue, and then you know all these other things keep coming up. The trailer fiasco, the roof, or I'm sorry, the deck. That's $5,000 in its own, and then now we decided, you know, the kids talked me into just replacing everything and doing it once, and you know, I was going to patch it and do it again in a few years, you know, but they both showed up here and kept telling me I kept fighting. Was I not fighting for a patch here, or let's just lay some 2x4s in there? I was fighting. I didn't want to spend his money. I didn't have the time. I didn't have the people, you know. So it was just like, there's another $5,000. Now the government sent me things. I owe them money. That's crazy. So now instead of getting an addition, I'm going to work the next few months trying to pay all this off. So I'm back to owing no bills again. I've got 2 Harleys to sell. I don't need either one of those. I'd really like to take the boat out. The only problem is I've got to get up into the boat and wash it. Somehow, some way, the cover got off during the winter, filled up with snow, and then dirt and all kinds of stuff got in there, and leaves, and it's like ugly looking, you know, dirty. So we got up in there and took out all the garbage and cleaned it all out, a pre-cleaning, if you will. Now we got to get up there with the garden hose, have the boat sitting back like this, spray it down, scrub it with the scrub brush and soap and all that, have all the water running out the back, have the bilge pump on, and just wash it down. And then it'll be back to its former glory. All right, coming up, bud. Going back down. Could we add on where the covered deck is? That covered deck is the ceiling of the basement, which is the pool room, the bathroom, Jerry's little fish tank room, and where we used to have it as the weight room. Mm-hmm. So that's you know going to be there. That's going to be Jerry's new room once we get this roof in and it's insulated. We're going to build a wall down there so that everybody else can walk down there and access the bathroom. But Jerry's door is open up there to the left, and he's got his bedroom, his fish tank, all that stuff in there. I can get my band room back in the basement, and you know that's our plans for that. But you know, in the meantime, since we replaced the whole flooring, we're putting in new decking and new that, and then a you know, a roof over it. Now the next thing is we ripped down all the electrical. I got to put up all new electrical. I got to put up insulation from underneath, you know, like the R16 or something, and then drywall, and then paint, and then put up any new lights we want and run electric to them. And right now our laundry room is supplied with electric from one of those lights that were hanging, and those guys that did the roof just like kicked them down. So there's live wires all over that room where the electrical hit and just pulled, and there's just 2 wires there. I mean, I'm going to have to turn off the power and cut all that, and then hook up power back to the dryer for temporary, so that we can get the rest of the electric stuff out of there. I mean, it's just, there's a lot of work to do. That's on top of, they didn't put down plastic enough, and so now there's dust and dirt all over. We haven't even, I worked today for an hour out there, and I made it about 10, 11 feet, and just made a pre-cleaning of a walkway. I mean, all the dirt's off to the side. There's so much dirt down there, and then I look over and I see Jerry's tanks are just, we don't even know if any of the fish are alive. You know, we don't know anything yet. So, I mean, there's so much work to do. I'm just
professional.
Hey, don't say that. No, stop. Okay. They did the roofing job for us, favor us, okay? But either way, Josh he's an engineer for the city of Cleveland. He's working with professional companies all the time. They have to be licensed, bonded, insured, and please don't.
All right, well, I got to go here soon. I'm gonna say something I should.
So, anyways, there's just so much more work, and each job you go to do, it's going to be more intensified. So I've just got so much more to do that I'm not even talking about it. I'm not doing. I'm just going to take one day at a time, get as much done as I can. You know, yesterday, you know, I'm out there taking out the garbage because Jerry's not able. He's sick still. So I took out, the 4 cans and I don't know, 4 bags or something. And he watched, or he didn't watch Tracy because I don't allow him in the living room with Tracy. But I had my phone with me, and if Tracy's alarm went off, Jerry could call me, and then I'd run in. So that's how we handled that. But an add-on there, no, the add-on is basically the roofing gets put back on, and then it's an area where Tracy and her girlfriends used to go out and bathe and sunbathe. I have made provisions this time to put a deck in for the first, I don't know, 8 or 10 foot, and I can have a grill out there so that I don't have to go all the way past the pool to the back deck to grill and bring the food all the way back to the kitchen. I have my own grill next to the kitchen. And then the rest of it can be set up with either, I wanted sand out there, but Richie talked me against that because it retains moisture and all that. So maybe the indoor-outdoor carpet like they have at football fields. You got a bunch of that. I don't think you don't have enough to cover that though, do you? Yeah. Well, 3/4 of it.
Maybe.
Really? Okay. Is it the type with the line still in it from the football field? It does.
No.
Oh, there's no white
all
lines?
green, but it's back. It's like carpet. So it's nice stuff.
Well, no. The stuff on football fields is about 1.5 inches tall, and then it's got these little black beads dropped into it, so it makes it super heavy. And that's outdoor stuff. It's made for the rain and all that. I would like to have that out there because my idea was to make the first 10 foot the Trex decking, and I can walk out of the house and onto the decking and back into the house without being too dirty at all. And then put sand the rest of the way. And then against the pool house and against the fence up, they have these murals you can buy now for fencing. They're like, $50, but they're 30 foot long, 6 foot tall. And they have beach scenes on it. I was going to cover that with beach scenes and put sand out there. So Tracy has her own little beach, maybe a fake, palm tree here or there or something. And I thought it was a cute idea. But I can do the same thing with the grass and just have, a wooded scene with a lake, or, the beach scene would come out of the jungle and you'd see sand and then the ocean, that kind of thing. I want to make it nice for Tracy. Is the basic. That's what we're doing with it. And then I wanted to cover it. That was my idea. Screw fix in the floor. Let's just put a roof on it of clear, that corrugated clear stuff, and make it like a 3-season sunroom where it never gets rained on. That was one of my ideas too, and the kids wanted it fixed right. So
You'd still build it into a room and put it on top of it.
yeah, but it's nothing. I'm going to have to put another roof on top of it, but it's going to be off of the 3 beams of the house over to the pool room. So then we have to get your roofing guy back over here to see how we're setting up. Huh?
He's non-existent. He does not exist anymore.
The guy that did the roof on our pool?
No.
Really?
He got a new company, and that one went down too. So I'd imagine he got in trouble. Again, usually when these roofing contractors fudge a job, someone calls in their bond, and it's basically like suing them however much it costs to fix. That's what they get a judgment against them, and these guys just decide to start a new company instead. And that's how they get around that. But obviously, he's not taking my calls, and we're on our own now.
Guys, please don't bash the roofer guys, okay? They did a great job tearing things off. Okay, they didn't put plastic down. Was I mad about it? Yes. But listen, they gave me a cheap price to do the roof as helping out for the rescue. They're good guys, okay? So, I mean, they're basically they're volunteering their time on top of getting a little pay. So just let that go. We can clean it up. Summerlee says, I'd make that deck into a container garden. Yeah, that's what we want, Summerlee. A whole lot more work to do. Taking care of plants.
I mean, honestly, you could do no roof on that deck, and there's a drain in that bottle room. Turn it into a pond. What's that, baby?
What? What do you mean,
One.
no deck?
Right now, if it rained down that room, it'd be perfectly fine. It's a concrete floor with a drain in it.
Okay, so it would take all of the dust and the dirt and the debris and flush it down the drain and clog our drains.
That's what I'm saying. Now you can turn that roof into a
Don't want another pond to take care of. Another. Hey, Josh, the pump went out on the pond on the deck. You want to go check that out? You want to take that on?
no.
Okay, then why are you suggesting it?
Cool idea. That's it.
Definitely cool idea. Weird Matter says artificial turf might protect the roof. Sounds cool. And I'm not talking the stuff you get from Home Depot that's like so cheap and that's what's that called? Indoor, outdoor. No, the AstroTurf is the stuff they put down in stadiums for football players. That's the good stuff. That's what you got at your house.
Yeah, but also roofs staying wet is never a good thing for the roof long term.
That's true.
So what would last? I don't know, depending on what's put down, how it's done. Is it 10 years, 20 years, or are you going to reduce that to 5 years? So kind of hard to say, but retaining water on your roof is not a great idea, and that's what the carpeting will do. Because there's no way to dry it out until that water evaporates.
Same thing with sand.
Yeah,
The sand would
with
hold
sand
more water.
either. You can do gravel, it displaces it, but then the gravel melts into the surface of your
Torch down.
roof. And then over the years, you then I got to vacuum the gravel off, and bam. So I've stopped using all ballasted roofs. I honestly getting away from flat roofs in general. I hate them. And everything I do at my work now is slightly pitched, and I go metal at every turn I can.
All right. Honey, can you turn that down just a little bit?
Hey, well, can you turn that down?
None of your business explaining to his wife that Tracy has issues, she cannot move. Well, little do you know, Nunya. Well, I've got a video of her where one day she just lifted her leg and she held her knee up and her foot up, and she moved her knee to her chest and her foot up and kept doing this for like 10 minutes. I was like, wow, she's just moving all over the place. Then if we put her on her side, she'll curl up into a fetal position all by herself, and we keep having to straighten her back out. If she don't want her arm moved, oh, she fights you. She fights you. I'm like, come on, honey, just put your arm over here. And she's like, ugh, and she's pulling it back. She's adorable, but I know she don't mean to fight me, but she's just such a sweetie. But she is moving now. Oh, she has sat up, not sat up, but I mean, she, like when I go to move her pillow and I lift her head, I can feel her weight come off her head. She pulls up a couple inches or so. And I'm just like, oh my God, she's helping me. Thank you, honey. I talk to her and stuff. She does move, which is a whole lot more than she ever did before. She is moving all around. It's like when your baby learns to walk and they go everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
That's why your mama is on the bed now. If I have her on anything other than her back, either side, she just squirms. And it's something. You remember how she used to sleep on her side in a fetal position? Mm-hmm. I used to get so mad about that because her little butt would be sticking out on my side of the bed. I'm like, I can't roll over and like hug her because her shoulders are way over there and her butt's right up. I grab her body, bring it over, then I spoon her. She was just, I never understood why she slept like that, and she's doing that again. There's mom's back. So. Clarence Corthoff says, if I get a man cave, I would have two 25-year-olds from Bermuda. More power to you. I've had enough young girls living here that I'm done with that. Dude, it's nothing but drama. You guys have seen the Skylar thing, and
That's how you know how he's blind. He's talking about beer runs. He's talking about Bermuda.
Oh, I am blind. It does say beer runs. I am so sorry. And I'm over here saying, you don't want all that young drama. Oh, my goodness. I am so sorry. I read that all wrong. Yeah, it says beer runs. Okay. Okay. You know, I at my last house, I got to get you guys this clip. Okay, I was in a movie called Fulton's Point, and they got a clip of me talking about the kegerator I built. I took an old refrigerator, and you know the smaller ones, like apartment size. I filled the freezer up with glass beer mugs. I took a keg and a CO2 canister and put down in the thing and mounted a tap right in the door. So you'd walk up to it, you grab your frosty cold mug, you put it under the tap, you open it up, and drinking. It's the kegerator. I got to get this video clip for you. It's awesome. But I had that thing forever until the price of buying kegs became just as much as drinking beer out of the store. And then it was easier just to go get a case of beer because when they're on sale, it was actually cheaper than the keg. So I stopped, and I ended up selling that thing. And I stopped drinking beer altogether. This was many years ago. We've been here, what, 12, 13 years? This was a few years, 15, whatever. This was a few years back at the old place, you know, when we were building the Camaro and all that.
2000, what, 4 or 5?
It was 2002 the movie came out. Yeah. That's 24 years ago. Wow. Summerlee says Rich needs new glasses. Yes.
Is Jerry Reap going in for this live?
I sure hope so. Give Jerry a call. That's when he coming up because Reaper ain't showed up yet. You can call Reaper if you want.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I'm done with Halloween.
All right, well, I'm gonna use my phone. It's easier for me. I'll call him and have him come up, but I'm gonna go ahead and go over one guy.
Oh, wouldn't that be great? Big Richard needs glasses with a zoom button. You just reach up here and it just zooms in.
They have them.
They
They're
don't.
called Meta AI glasses. Those things are awesome, and I'm gonna buy a pair just for myself. So film for you. You can say what's that, or if you're walking around your house and you say, "Hey, where did I leave
So
my
you find
keys?"
something that would fix all of Dad's ailments, and you go, "I'm going to get a pair for myself."
It'll track lost items. The problem with them right now is you have to buy them. They're hard to get right now because they're so in demand, and you have to take a special class to be able to use them.
I just want a button that is zoom in where I can read. I mean, right now I've got the look how big that text is.
Yeah.
You don't need it that big, do you?
No.
You-
All right.
And
well,
I'm misreading.
well, guys, it was nice seeing you. I got to get these kids home.
Daddy will
Give
grab
them
you a sucker,
some
okay?
Dinner. So.
You gonna come in and say bye to everybody? You gonna give Grandpa a hug? Oh yeah.
Come on, Mo.
Careful.
Cowboy says leporatians are good monster fish to keep. They are if you tame them. Sometimes they can be massive fin nippers.
Okay, one more time. Bye, everybody.
Bye, everybody.
Okay, love you, sweetheart.
Hey, I want you to get me some suckers.
You want me
Alright.
to give you some
I'll get them,
suckers?
Mo.
Dad, how about this? I'll make sure Dad brings you the whole bowl, and you pick out suckers you want. Okay, love you.
All right, guys, see ya.
Love you.
Cut your ball. Well, let's go ahead and push this out.
She's so cute.
Oh, you want to drive it out? Okay.
Everybody said bye, Josh.
Bye.
All right. I feel sorry for you guys. You're stuck with just me now. No cuteness whatsoever. And if you guys don't notice, one side of my face is bright. That's this one. The other side is dark. One of our lights went out, and I thought it was a bulb, so I went and grabbed a bulb, and I replaced it. This is 15 minutes before 5 o'clock. So I replaced it. Didn't work. I took the bulb and went and put it in another place. It worked. I put it back in here. It wouldn't work. So I disconnected the remote control thing, which is this, and unplugged it from there and plugged it in directly. Still won't work. So I don't know what's wrong with that side, but the lighting's off tonight. I know there's nothing we can do. So we're working on just a light from over here. And, oh, and in doing so, I unplugged the remote control receiver that these two lights were plugged into, and the whole 6-pack behind it came out, shut off the computer, shut off the TVs, shut off the lights, everything. I'm like, oh no, now my blind butt is trying to plug things back in, and oh man, hurry, turn the computer back on. Oh, I turn the computer on, I go back to, I get all the plugs in, I look, and it just says, can't initialize, no hard drive. I'm like, oh, so I have to shut it back off, hit the F11 as it's booting up, go to the boot menu, tell it which drive that is the startup drive, and then restart it again, get it up, and then go back and set up what's this this program right here. This is OBS software. Sorry, I couldn't remember it for a minute. Then I had to set up the live stream again and get all this the chat box back up, and like 2 minutes before 5 I got it back up, but with no light, which is what I started with in the first place. Oh, hello, everybody. Welcome to Stay Fishy Friday, if you're just tuning in. The rest of you, yeah, you've been here all evening. So, yeah, I got that back up and running, and it was crazy. Thank you, Sue-Ann, for reminding me. Tyler Kurtz here says, what's up, Fishy family? Melissa F. Ross Dingle, what's up, buddy? Raheem, Bob Taylor. All right. This is the first time in a month that I promised you Josh would be here at 5 o'clock, that he came at 5 o'clock. Okay. So we got to see Josh and my lovely grandkids. And, he's on his way home now. He's got a lot of stuff to do. So I thank Josh for stopping by. And him and Richie are taking time out of their busy schedule to do this roof Sunday. So if anybody's close by and you can come over Sunday and help, either general labor, handing them things, need them nails, or I need more screws, or, can you hand us up that wood, that kind of stuff. Or if you can just come by and dust and vacuum and that kind of stuff. There's so much of a mess in the basement. We're going to have to, clear out that basement, get all the debris out of there first. I'm going to have to shut off the electric and cut all the wiring out of there and to empty that out. And then we're going to have to take everything in the basement, move it all to one side, and then clean this side, clean each piece and put back, and then do this the rest of the day, and then clean the rest of the room. It's going to be a lot, But if enough people show up Sunday to help, I can get that done. Because if I don't get that done, it's going to take me a month of doing it myself. So, I mean, when you got, 8 people here doing the same thing, and it gets done like super quick. Like, we can only move that gazebo you saw in today's video so far, and then its tracks wanted to hit the steps that were sticking out, and he needed to be right where the steps were. So we couldn't stretch it no further. More people showed up, so we just said, hey, let's all grab it. We had like 6 people on that side and 3 people on this side, and everybody just lifted it and we moved it. And it was done. It's in place now. I did not get to screw it in, but what I've done is leave the forklift there and in place. So if the wind does move it, it's still going to be held up by the forklift. It can't go nowhere, basically. So right now it's all 3 legs in the front and 1 leg in the middle in the back. The 2 ends are kind of like hanging off. They're down lower. We put stuff under them, but if the wind moves it, it's coming right off of them. So we're living on a prayer right now. We're living by Joey style. Oh, Vasquez family's here. What's up, guys? Oh, here, let me switch. Pour this into my disappearing cup. Because why not? There we go. Put this over here. Let me call Reaper and see if he's showing up. I'll call Jerry and see if he's coming in. See, I can't see up close with my glasses on, so I have to take them down and look over the top. I wish I could show you guys me in my youth. Hey, what's up? Did you figure out anything? Are you any way you can come by? Oh no. Oh, they needed help to get married. Wow, that's an omen right there. Well, there's a test for that. Once you get it started, if you pull off the positive terminal and the car shuts off, your alternator's bad. All right. Well, listen, I'm in a live stream. I got nobody here, so I'm going to let you go. I just wanted to call and see if you was coming. Okay. All right. Good luck. All right. Bye. Reap says, hey, everybody, but he can't make it. Let me call Jerry. I don't know if Josh went out there or not. Wow, I haven't called Jerry in a while. There he goes. Jerry, you watching? If you can come in, come on in. Oh, I hear his phone. He don't have his phone with him. It's in the kitchen. All right, so you guys are stuck with me. Yes, Summerlee. Rich seen Gracie and I said hi. Gracie says, I'm living on a prayer right now. Also, the food in here is horrible. Where? Where are you at? Oh, he did hear his phone.
Yeah, I was on my way down the hallway.
Oh, was you? I told him it sounds like it's in the kitchen.
To see who was calling me.
Oh. Laura loved your seat, so she wanted to sit on it over here.
Yeah, Josh is probably got. Yeah.
No, you didn't move it, so.
Well, it dropped down.
Yeah, I have to do that to mine all the time. Jerry, everybody. Jerry.
All right, the family-friendly part stops now.
He says, Beefcake Bob's here.
Hey, Theo. Just in case you're watching.
Oh, I was going to say, I haven't seen Theo on here.
That was fun watching him on your video this morning.
Was it?
Yeah.
Do you see him out there flexing his skinny little body?
Yeah. He's 12, man.
He's funny.
He's a good kid. It's a nice visit.
Tyler says, you just got to yell, Jerry, Jerry, until he shows up. All right, put this up on here. I got some
Last one of your lights.
Yeah, see, that just tells me that you weren't watching because I explained all that.
Well, I was watching.
I
watched part here and there.
I hear you. Little Laura picked up all these balls for us out of this room.
Wow.
That's what I said. Okay. Yeah, he's his wedding day, but you know it was supposed to be. Reaper said that once they get married and this and that, they're going to go off on their own thing, and you know he can come over. But on the way to the wedding, their car broke down, so Reaper had to go pick them up and bring them to the wedding, do all that. Now they're back trying to get his car running, and I was like, ooh, don't want to take that as an omen. You know what I'm saying? So everybody's saying congratulations, Kurt. Raheem tried. He says, hello, T.O. Got the H.
He's calling you from India there.
Yeah. Yeah, tell your grandson he's getting people from Australia and India and everybody else saying hi.
I guess he's been watching the Friday Night Live for a while.
Well, then tell him to answer back that he can see us.
Oh, I don't know what he's. I don't know whether he is or whether he isn't.
Sean H says, fix the car later. Get to your honeymoon. I added the get to your honeymoon part.
Nah.
Uh,
Ew.
so anything happened in the last a couple hours since I've been in here doing this stuff.
And nothing exciting is
Okay, well, we found out about the pond. Did Josh tell you about that?
yeah.
Okay. So now we know. We
I'm
found
a-
two different reasons for a leak.
I'm gonna top it up now again.
Okay, but we
Yeah.
found two different reasons for a leak.
Yeah, I
Once
was
we-
watching that part. While
Okay,
he was
once we put
discussing
all
the
them
pond.
plants in there, and there was all that algae in there,
Uh,
now the two Owasa pumps, the filters that are running, and the wetland filter from Aquascape was running. We never had three on it again before, you know, that
yeah, we were
with the plants
overflowing
that we
with
had three on it over the winter, but now that we had plants, the output of the river wasn't
Yeah.
enough. It was overflowing the beginning of the river.
it. Yeah,
So we fixed that. Josh went through, cleared out all that algae and opened up areas for the water to run through and put the plants in a more strategic place.
yeah.
And so now that we got that running, but now that other aquascape pump broke its, plastic and it was squirting out that way,
Yeah.
he just shut that off. So there's really nothing we can do at this point other than replace that pump and the PVC inside there because
Yeah.
them are
I like what he's,
proprietary?
I like what he's talking about replacing it with.
Yeah, another
That's
pump and,
great,
and
yeah.
regular PVC instead of that specially
the
made.
description of the 600 versus 400.
Yeah,
I
well,
mean,
the aquascape
less
pump does a
wattage,
lot of
more power.
wattage, a
Yeah.
lot of power, but they're used to 20-foot headroom, and we don't need that. We've got like 4 foot from the pond to the wetland. We don't need all
It
that
wouldn't
power.
hurt if I cleaned out that sponge underneath there a little more often either, but that's something.
Unfiltered fish keeper, what's up? Rejetting my motorcycle and listening to you geezers. You're almost just as old. You used to work in a cheese factory. I miss the days when he worked in a cheese factory. Remember he'd send us boxes of Tillamook cheese?
I don't remember that one.
Yes, we got all that beef jerky and the Tillamook cheese.
It was probably about 4 years ago.
No. You was here.
Was I here? I
Mm-hmm.
don't remember.
Now Kurt can have kids. No, Kurt can have kids after they buy a house. Let's get the timeline straight, okay? Whips World's in the house. What's up, buddy? Giraffe Catfish says, "Well, how about show and tell once a month? How would you work that? Are you talking a live stream? Are you talking during the videos? What?" Sue Ann says, "I remember those gift boxes. Hell yeah, it was good as shit."
Suad's been around longer than I have.
You
Here anyway.
wanna
Don't
try
take
and
it
play-
personal now, Suad.
Oh, I don't remember, so it happened before me. You can't play that all the time, Jerry.
Oh, damn it, it works once in a while.
It does. Hey, Whip, you coming out for this Sunday? Raheem says he's making it from India. There's a big difference there.
Somebody said, I hope I'm feeling better. I am feeling better. And that's just the way it is with this cancer. And so I'm in the process of fixing myself up, picking myself back up again.
Hey, Whip, you last week or the week before, you were getting on me for not being on your live stream, and I proved to you that I was. But you've had live stream for how long? Answer me that question real quick. Glad you're feeling better, Jerry, from smoked perch.
Thank you, Smoke Perch.
He didn't make you hungry? You said the word smoked perch.
Yeah,
You're usually right on the food.
it's a nice smoked perch right now. That sounds good.
See, there's the Jerry we know and love.
I'm just trying to be nice to myself. Part of the reason my daughter and my grandson came was for her to get on me about my not taking care of myself. So, and it wasn't this, serious thing. She just showed honest concern. She's a good daughter.
They were very nice people. They were here. They were doing good. And I told her, she don't need to rent a what do you call that? A hotel next time. She can stay in the room. Anytime she wants to come visit.
That's nice of her. She's just not that kind of.
To me, she seems like the kind that would leave the room cleaner than when she found it.
Yeah, she definitely would.
Frank Schwab says, live stream, how long? 6 or 7 years I've seen it. That sounds longer than I know of it. Well, no. Tracy's been down 6 years, and I used to do the live stream with Tracy.
Yeah.
So live stream 7, 8 years, yeah.
2 and 2 do make 4, don't they?
Sometimes they just add up.
Yeah.
The only reason I know that is I have to keep telling the hospital people I talk to when this incident happened. And I'll never forget February 5th, 2020, So it's been 6.5 years. So their live stream's been up 7, probably 8.
Lorenz Courthouse says, I got a cute grandson. I says, God, I hope he's watching. No, I didn't get a kick out of that.
He'll be sitting in his living room. Yeah. Start flexing his little skinny little arms.
They'll make a meme out of him.
What is the drinking word? Yeah, we haven't had a drinking word all night.
Somebody said
Jerry.
Somebody suggested gazebo earlier.
We could do gazebo too. What do you guys want?
I don't know, unless you want to get into a long discussion about gazebos. I'm not drinking tonight anyway. I'm trying to take care of, get my system cleaned out some.
Ken Cummings says, is the boat you have outside your boat, Rich? I don't know what that means. My boat is sitting back there.
Boat's sitting outside, yes, it belongs to him.
Yeah, it's a...
if that's what the question is.
If I remember right, it's a 24-foot Chris Craft. It's got a 454 big block, stereo system, and the only thing I don't like about it, it's got that front cabin with the seating. We never use it. Now, I'd be using it if I had Tracy. We'd go out in the lake and have some fun. But with the kids and everybody we take, everybody's trapped in the back, or the girls go up on top and sunbathe, which is fine. But if that was an open bow where it had the seats all around, we'd have a whole lot more fun with it. Melissa F says, I was going to say at least 8 years that you've been watching. Oh my God, Melissa has seen me at my worst. Drunken Fridays. This is why I stopped drinking so much, because of this live stream. I used to think about it as, this is my Friday, my night to cut loose, because I can't go out to the bars. I can't hang out. I agreed. I'm doing what I'm doing because that's the right thing to do. I don't see no other choice but to take care of Tracy. But I'll never falter on that. But I can't go out either. I can't leave. So I hold my Friday nights, up here like, oh my God, it's the weekend. Friday's coming. I can have my live stream, And then I had to limit it because things went overboard and I'm drinking out of dry toilet paper rolls. Wasn't drinking either. I was, and waking up saying, I said, what? Things I shouldn't have said. So I cut the drinking down to, I limited myself to just 3 every Friday. And even that still got out of hand because when the mermaids were here, I think they overpoured me because the 3 that I had, I got really drunk that night. So this last weekend when Ricky and Maritza came out, I didn't tell them, but I bought all the vodka at 42 proof. I bought the cheap shit for a reason. Last time Ricky was here and drank, he ended up passed out next to the pool with his arm in the pool, and he woke up and tried petting fish and stuff. And
tried to be garbage.
So I did this, and we had a great week. We got a lot done, and nobody was really that hungover. And I remember every single night, everything was good. I told them before they left that it was 42 proof all week, and it worked. It worked out fine. There was no drunken, stupid stories. You did what? I did what? There was none of that. Well, there was one thing. What was that? Marissa's kid said to me, I was doing something. I'm like, I did that. And he's like, no, Mom. And he turned to her and she goes, I did that? And she didn't remember it. But I didn't remember it because I didn't do it. I thought he was talking to me.
Nah.
Frank Schwab says, I remember the live stream, Rich. Was on, oh, wait, it just jumped.
Back over a bit.
Where'd it go? Oh, no. There it goes. I remember the live stream. Rich was on a rescue and Josh and Tracy hosted their show. Yeah, see, I used to do everything that Reaper does and everything that Jerry did, I used to do myself. And just ask for volunteers to go with me and stuff on rescues. I remember one rescue. It was 4 stops through Michigan and Indiana. And I had a broken arm. And I had 4 people going with me because all I could do was video. Couldn't carry nothing. I was in a cast that had my elbow, bent like this. It wasn't just like a cast from here down to my wrist or something. It was a full cast, and I couldn't really do nothing, So I had 4 people going with me, and I'm there. I'm ready to go. 6 o'clock in the morning. Made me an hour late. I waited till 7, and nobody showed up. I went and did these pickups through Michigan and Indiana by myself with the sheer grace of God that people were there at each stop and helped me load the van. And I did all 4 stops. I mean, the homeowners helped out so much. You wouldn't believe it. They called their friends over. We got it done, though. It took me 12 hours longer than the normal trip, but I still got it done. And, so. But now, it got easier when Jerry came. It got easier when Reaper started doing that. But, Reaper's doing that. And, that's for his channel so that he can make the money because we don't take no money from that channel. And that helps Reaper get by on just his retirement. So everything worked out. And then let me see. Oh, we've had nothing but nursing problems in the last couple of months. It's been crazy. Gazebo, everybody.
Gazebo.
Oh, I have no nurse. That's Tracy beeping. I'll be right back. You got to handle it,
Go
Jerry.
ahead, I got it. Tyler Carroll should keep up the good fight, Jerry. We love you. Thank you. I always pull through, man.
I'm coming, honey.
Yeah, I just need a little help this time. The mileage is catching up with me. I'm acceptant of it. It just doesn't help that I can't be more help than I want to be. That's on me, man. He's like, I would if I could, but I can't, so I won't. Ha ha ha. Not funny. Oh, great. He freezes the thing up there when I'm in charge. Depth charge. Yeah, a disappearing cup because it's green or because every time you throw it disappears. Yeah, it's a little bit of both on that one around here. It is kind of a fun game on the live stream. Yeah, they've kind of convinced me that they ain't going nowhere. And I really don't mind. It's been going on 4 years now. So it's
Since some old guy showed up at my door.
yeah. Now somebody's commented about me and me being part of the family. I said, yeah, they kind of trying to convince me of
Who's trying to convince you?
that.
Jerry's part of the family. Y'all know it. Matter of fact, in the 3.5, 4 years he lived here, I've never not seen Jerry up first thing in the morning. And, he's out in the fish room, this and that. He's got the house smelling like coffee first thing in the morning. And it was like, I think it was like 12 or 1, I don't know, last week sometime. And I'm like, I haven't seen Jerry all morning. I go out in the fish room, and the fish room's dark. Hasn't even been opened up yet. I go out to the back deck. Jerry's not out there smoking a cigar. I'm like, uh-oh. So I come in the house, and I convinced that, was it Maritza?
Yeah, Marissa.
Maritza and somebody else. I told them,
The
go
nurse.
downstairs. No, that was the second time.
Oh, that was the second time.
So the first time,
Anyway.
I sent them down there, and I'm like, check on Jerry. Please, just tell me he's breathing.
Okay.
And they went down there, and he was sleeping. And they came back up a couple minutes later. They're like, yeah, we stood there. We saw him breathe. And I'm like, oh, okay. Phew, okay. All right, we can go on. Let's just move on. And then, like, an hour later, we're talking to the nurse, and she felt like, let me go check on him. I was like, this time wake him up. Otherwise, if he sleeps all day, he's going to be so pissed off. He's sitting there up all night by himself. So she went down there and woke him up, and he came up. But that put a scare into me.
Yeah, well, it came back with the cancer came back with a vengeance, and it just sucks the life out of you, man. You just no energy for nothing. We got over that.
Sean H. says, your boat must be fast with a 454. Well, you know what? It was okay. But I looked down there and I took apart the little tiny itty bitty little air cleaner. It was only an inch tall. I mean, the first rule of thumb is you want to make your motor go, let it breathe. You know what I'm saying? That's why you port the intakes and all that. And you port the heads and all this stuff and let it breathe better. You get more power. And they're constricting it with this it was like 8 inches around and it was an inch tall. And it looked like a damn lawnmower intake on it. So I took that off. And then I seen this itty bitty, smallest Holly carp I've ever seen. It was a Holly 450. First thing I did was go on the internet. For $200, I bought a Holly 850 and put on there. Boy, that motor woke the hell up. That boat's like, whoa, and it stuck way nose high for like 4 seconds, and it planed out, and then just took off. And my son got his last boat. Both my sons, they went in together and bought it, and it had a double prop on it. It had a I don't know, a 350 or something like that. And they're talking about how fast it is, and I go up there and I'm on the lake with them. And, I floor it, I catch up to him, and I'm like, okay, I'm waiting for Josh to floor it and take off and this and that. And then, I pull off a little bit, I play something on, I floor it, and I catch up to him again, and we're sitting there and going this and that. We get to our destination, and Josh goes, did you have that thing floored? I'm like, only when I was catching up to you, I had to let off to cruise next to you. Why didn't you floor it? He goes, I was. So here I am playing and catching up to him, and he had it floored. I didn't know. I was waiting for him to floor it. But yeah, I've been working on cars all my life. So the first thing I seen was you're restrict. It's like, breathe in. Just open your mouth, go. Right? Now, open your mouth and breathe in through your fingers. It restricts the air, And now you open your mouth and drink through a straw or breathe through a straw. It really restricts it. And it cuts down your output. So, you need to let your motor breathe. That's the whole purpose of high compressions. The higher the compression you get, the more air you get in, you compress it, and you have a more violent spark, an explosion. Kicks your piston down. More horsepower, Oh, yeah, Melissa F. says, I remember watching when Tracy was with you on rescues and stuff. Boy, I used to work my ass off in them days. Tracy, she was a workaholic. I mean, she I'm like, can I'm talking to the homeowner, can you help Tracy? She goes, I got this. I'm like, no, honey, you don't. And I'm like, you show me you can lift your end, I'll go ahead and carry it with you. I'll be damn, that little girl. She's tough. She's strong. Flips World says, Rich doesn't drink anymore. That's kind of a lie. Oh, then he goes, but he doesn't drink any less either. Okay. I like that. Well, we're never going to, Tyler says, we appreciate it, and you two are amazing. Keep it, Big Rich and Jerry. Keep Fridays going. We will. We'll never stop the Fridays. That's my only time to hang out with my fishy family. And
All things change without notice.
I miss Tracy. She was, you know, I can do it. It felt to me, it felt like I can do anything in the world. I don't care if you need me to go move that mountain. I'm going to go there with a spoon and Tracy and her spoon, and we're going to get it done. You know what I'm saying? As long as I had Tracy by my side, we're going to go. I don't feel like that anymore. I don't have anybody like that in my corner no more. You know what I'm saying? I have people that stick up for me. Jerry stuck up for me against Skylar. I don't know how many times. And, you know, I didn't want to make it out
for what good it did.
right. Well, I don't know how, you know, I didn't want to make it out that she was a mean person and this and that while she was here and this, you know. I just kept on trying to fix her and change her and help her grow, you know. And she just did not
Yeah,
want
it's
to.
time for the Tracy update. Let's get off the sky.
Hey, it is 6:31. All right, guys. It's the Tracy update. Let me go ahead and change to the Tracy background. It's so. Can you read that, Jerry? It's so small. Tracy
That's
read.
it.
I don't know what
Yeah.
that is.
I'm pretty sure that's it.
Oh, I gotta go up here and turn off the cichlid then. No, it's above the cichlid then. It's not Tracy Reaper.
A bunch of stuff is just image 1, image 2.
Logo of my. Okay, now here's the webcam. Cichlid background. It is off.
Uh-oh.
I don't see Tracy on here.
Well, you're going way too far down.
Yeah, I thought it was in front of the cichlid. I wouldn't even have to turn it on.
We already had it clicked in for one.
Tracy slideshow. Here it is. There she. Oh, look how that was me and
Okay.
Tracy at Reaper's old house.
Just had to get.
Look at how happy she was. She was just so happy all the time. That's me. Look how dark my hair was. And Tracy, look at her smiling. That's in Reap's dining room. That was out in the garage at our last place, up on 87th. That was a 1,000-gallon tank. That was my to end all tank. I'll never have anything bigger. I was so proud of that tank. Look at her. She's all smiles. Oh, we're back to the beginning yet. Look how skinny I was.
It's a short set of clips.
Yeah, that was the wrong one. All right. Oh, Tracy slide right above it. There it is. There she is. That was at Joshua's graduation. That was Crispy and Tracy. And once I go through the videos, I'll start talking about her. And there she is when the fish bit her. She was like, it's gross, but he drew blood. We were at Ohio State University picking up their fish. And she did not like it. It was smelly. You know, when you go into anybody's fish tank and you know, sump, it gets nasty. There she was holding her end of the drywall at Home Depot. We were building the rescue edition. And she's laughing, carrying that. There's 2 pieces of drywall there. She had her end, I had my end. There she is holding a 14-foot reticulated python. And look in the background, that's her bird there, Spencer Macaw. There she is inside of, I think that's the 650. I'm not sure. That looks like a 5 foot by 8 foot footprint. Oh, there's where a fish died and she's holding it up. I'm like, just hold it for the camera. And she's like, ooh. Oh, we got a new piece of lumber from the Fishy. Oh, geez. What was his name of his pet store? There's Crispy and Tracy hauling fish. Crispy lived with us probably 3 years. She was dating John, that was one of my son's best friends. And there's Tracy in the new addition going on of the fish room. Right behind her would be the Bellagio tanks. Okay, so I'm going to let you keep viewing them as I talk about her. So anyways, this week, she has done so good. Ever since that antibiotics, she came down, she's doing so good. She's like, she don't have no fever. She don't have no high blood pressure. She's just been doing good. She's regular. She's, you know, eating and drinking without being bloated anymore. She's no longer having coughing fits. She is just like she's so easy to take care of. Easier than I said last week, even easier. So now what happened was, this is the big thing I've been waiting to tell everybody. Last night, because every time I see that she looks at me and watches me walk around, I'm like, she's in one of her moments of clarity, right? So last night she was watching me, and I walked around from let's say her left side where the suction machine and all the equipment and medications are. She watched me walk around the bed and over to her right side. She's laying on her back. So now I'm over there and I'm like, oh, you watching me? And every time I catch her that she's watching me, I know she's alert, and I try talking to her. And I always, try and stress, you have a granddaughter now, this and that. And, she was over and she was saying hi, grandma, to you and rubbing your hand and, blah, blah, blah. Oh, there's a limo in the background. She's sitting there looking at me, and then we start talking. I'm like, honey, can you close your eyes for me? She didn't close her eyes. I'm like, okay, can you look left or right for me? She didn't look left or right. I'm like, honey, can you blink for me? Blink 3 times. And she didn't do that. But then all of a sudden, when I give up that, she started blinking. But it was only twice. I'm like, okay, is she misconstruing this in her mind? It's okay. If I tell her 3 times, she only blinks twice. That's okay. Let me ask her again. I'm like, oh, honey, I saw that. Can you blink 3 times again? And now I waited, like 3 seconds before, so it's not instantaneous. Give her time to recognize it. Give her time to try and react, And she blinked again. And I'm like, oh my God, honey, you're reacting to me. Please, blink a 3rd time. Let me ask you one more time to make sure it's real. Blink a 3rd time, and blink 3 more times. And she did. After about, 3 seconds or so, she blinked again. And I'm like, okay, this is too good. This is too good. You got to prove to me that ain't a fluke. Just blink once now, and she never blinked twice in a row again after that. I'm like, oh my God, you understand me. Oh, okay, we can work on this. I was like, let me make sure it's real. Just blink for me 3 more times, honey. And I'm waiting for the blinking twice. And it never came. Oh my God, I was so excited. I was like, I was shaking. I was so excited. I was like, this is the first time she actually listened to me. And so I'm waiting now for more times that she's watching me, and I'm going to keep on doing the same thing, because she hasn't squeezed her hand. She hasn't, closed her eye or looked left or right, but she has blinked when I've asked her to. So this is the next thing now. I am going to keep working on this. And if there's anything there, I will catch it. She's gotten me before where I thought it was something and it turned out to be nothing. But that's why you got to test her. You got to keep on going to where you can legitimately say, she understands me. You know what I'm saying? And you can show somebody else. So I'm going to keep working on it. And, yeah, it let me down a little, but I was so excited. So, I don't know. It's been 6 years. And here's the one thing I've come from all of this. I basically raised this girl. She came to me, I knew her as she was 18. I was with her for a year. She said she got thrown out. She moves in with me because, I'm her girlfriend. Oh, I'm her girlfriend. I'm her boyfriend. What am I going to do? Tell my girlfriend, no, you can't move in with me? So, we're together for a year. I'm like, of course you can move in, this and that. Here, let me back that up. That whole first year, her parents didn't want her hanging out with me. Now, I knew they didn't like me. I just didn't know why. Then, she gets thrown out. And, of course, she can move in with me. So now we're living together. And her parents don't like me. Still don't know why, And then I throw her 21st birthday party. And, I've been with her 3 years now. So I go and I think, as a good boyfriend, the best thing I can do is try and fix her relationship with her parents, right? She's got 9 brothers and sisters, or she's one of 9. So she's got 8 brothers and sisters. she's got her parents. And okay, I get it. You don't like me. I'm not even going to try to figure out why. I don't want nothing to do with that. But I knock on their door and I tell them, I'm throwing her birthday party. Can you guys, just show up, this and that. And her mother and father is like, well, if we buy presents, it'd be for the both of you. But I'm like, I don't want you to buy presents. I will buy her presents. Just show up. And I did the same thing with her sister. And next thing you know, only her sister, Kelly, showed up. And, I come walking out of the kitchen, and I got this big cake. I built a 13 by 9 with a 13 by 9 on top of it, a 13 by 9 with a 13 by 9 on top of it, a 13 by 9 with a 13 by 9 on top of it, all, frosted together and one big cake. I cooked it all, and I've got different flavors. I don't even remember what flavors, but so let's say chocolate, yellow cake, and white cake. I don't know. And then it's all frosted in her favorite, which was the cream cheese frosting. Or was it buttercream? It was so long ago. That was in 1988 or 87, something like that. I don't know. But anyways, so I come walking out with this cake, and it has a 2 and a 1 on it, and they're on fire. And her sister stops me. She goes, Rich, what are you doing? And I'm like, what do you mean, what am I doing? I'm bringing out her cake. I'm kind of like feeling like, duh, And her sister goes, yeah, but she's not 21. I'm like, what do you mean she's not 21? She goes, she turns 18 today. And I'm like, what? Now everything started falling into place. I've been dating this girl since she's been 15. And I think I'm like 24, 25, something like that. And, now I understand why her parents didn't like me. Not to mention, back then I sold weed and stuff like that, so it was all bad. It was all bad. So I go in there and tell her, you're turning 18 today. And I busted her lying to me. And here it turns out she didn't even get thrown out of her house. She moved out and told her parents she was leaving and this and that. And I'm like, everything you have done has made your parents hate me. But we've been together ever since, We got married in 95, and that was like in 80. I got rated in 88, so that had to have been 87, 86, something like that. That was in 89. Yeah, it was like 89 or something like that. So yeah, I had already gotten in trouble and with the law and stuff, and got out of jail. Yeah, that was wow, big time. So, anyways, moving on. We were together from, that time. We were already together 3 years, and then from 88 to 95 would be another 7. We were together 10 years when we got a divorce, and then I didn't see her for like a year. And she came back to me. She has no place to live. She got thrown out, blah, 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 this and that, And, she gave me the house, kids, everything. She just wanted her new boyfriend at the time. And that devastated me. I've never married anybody before. And I was in it for the long haul. That's it. Once I get married, because I came from a family that my dad had, remarried. And he had, married this and that, blah, blah, blah. My mom remarried 2 more times, 3 more times. And there were so many, step uncles, step cousins, step brothers, step sisters, all that kind of stuff. So I swore to God, if I ever got married, there's not going to be that for me. I'm done. That's it. If I marry, I'm in it for life. My kids will never have to go through what I went through. And I haven't even told you the bad about the childhood. I'm just telling you what, dumb stuff I went through. So I was in it for life, but she was young and dumb, and somebody at work, if you were my girl, I'd treat you better. And if you were my girl, I'd buy you this. And she just fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. And that was the reason. So anyways, when she moved back in, I told her, I hate you. I will not, but my children deserve a mother that's going to be there. So I'll take care of you. You won't have to worry about your bills. You just become a good mother. And she was crying. She I don't know how to be that. And I told her, I'm like, watch little House on the Prairie. Watch the mother there and be like her. Watch anybody else. Watch any person you want. And if you like the way they raise their kids, take on their characteristics and become your own mother at that point. You know, the point is, them children mean more than anything to you, period. You will die for them children. That's what I need to see. And I'll be damned if she did not grow, appreciate the morals and ethics and stuff that I bestowed in her. And all she wanted for the last 10 years was to be remarried to me. And, you know, I kept blowing it off. There's no way. Well, not 10 years now, but 10 years before the 6 years happened. And, you know, I was just like, hell no, I'm not going through that again, you know, blah, blah, blah. And you know, now, after she died, you know, we brought her back. She has the anoxic brain injury from being gone too long. That I was cleaning out, you know, her dresser and this and that, and I ran across all of her letters, and I sat here, you know, she's in the hospital and blah, 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 this and that. I was there every day, but, you know, you can only stay so long at the hospital. The one hospital I was able to sleep at, the other hospital made me go home. So when I was home, I'm going through this paperwork, and I'm sitting here blubbering like a damn baby. You know, everything I guess this therapist told her to write what she wanted to say to me. You know, she didn't have to give it to me, but she wrote it out. She wrote all these books. I'm talking like 6 notebooks, front and back of all this stuff. And I'm reading this stuff. I'm just blubbering like a damn baby. So, you know, from what I've seen for the last 20 years and what I've read, you know, here's my take of this. I should have remarried her and gave her a second chance. I believe 100% in my heart she deserves to be here for her grandchildren. She's missing out. She really, really is. They're just adorable and so caring. Little Laura goes up to her all the time, grabs her hand, Grandma, and rubs her hand. Wake up, Grandma. You know, it's a beautiful, beautiful thing. And I wish Tracy could experience this. You know, she deserves it. So I 100% believe that. And here's the thing, the whole time I was with her, you know, I've got a girlfriend before her, and I gave her 2 boys. And we raised, you know, well, I had my son on weekends, but, you know, 2.5 kids. And she always wanted a daughter, and I kept shooting boys. You know what I'm saying? So now to know that she has a granddaughter, she would lose her fucking mind. She would be insane. It would be crazy, you know. And she would just be like, "Oh, stop, Rich! We need to go to the store right now and buy her new toys." You know, she would be something else. I would love to see it. So, yeah, I'm kind of regretting not giving her that chance. I mean, we were together over the years, but I would never remarry her, you know. So I don't know. Well, that's about all I can say about the Tracy update. Let me go back up here. We've skipped a lot.
Never mind.
I'm going to read it.
Well, you did.
She went out of the room when I read
jumped a
it.
bunch of it.
Yeah, I did.
There's a bunch of stuff there I didn't see.
Oh my God! Look at all this.
I think we're quite a bit behind when we started the Tracy update.
That's all right. We'll catch up. Okay, here we go. I remember seeing this. Now let me take it off of the Tracy stuff. Put it back on to the cichlids. Oh, nope. I got to take off the Tracy thing. Where's it at? Webcam. Tracy slide. It's above webcam. Remember that. There we go. All right, we're back. All right. Tyler says, "Whoops, it's like me saying I had 2 beers, the first and the last. Or if you keep filling your cup, it's the same drink, so you only drank 1. He says his wife doesn't agree. So Ann says, "You don't wake up hung over at OFR, you wake up hung on and you keep going." Summer Lee adds, and unapproachable.
That's for sure.
Nate says the live stream before Josh went to Hawaii, you guys got all smashed. Don't say nah. I mean, I know it happened. I'm just trying to, I don't want to be known as a, hey, check out OFR. They got a drunk running it. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to be known as a drunk because, the other 6 days a week, I'm busting ass.
Nobody's,
This is just my night out is all. Like the Vasquez family says, it's about enjoying your drink with your company. Will Star says, what was your favorite travel rescue? The New England trip with me and Reaper? Wow. Will Star, can I get you something for that to help your head swelling go down a little bit? That was a good trip. That was one of the top 10 for sure. But I'm thinking it was the California trip because I've never seen a car rear-end a semi and behead 3 people before. So that was like, whoa, And
that's
then
what made it a good trip.
No. I'm just talking about how memorable this whole situation was. And then walking into Vincent Wu's facility, and he's given us thousands upon thousands of dollars of fish. And we had this big 26 box truck coming back. I'm just like, oh my God, I can't believe that's ours. And oh my God, that one's ours too, really? And he's like, and this over here, I'm like, oh my God, really? I was just like freaking out. Here's an albino this, here's a super rare this, I'm like, holy shit. I was never that amazed in my life. So. Summer Lee says that buffalo chicken did look good, even though I probably couldn't eat any of it. It was actually really good and not that hot. He don't use as much of the Frank's Red Hot as like I was used to. And you know what? You can taste the sour cream. You could taste the ranch dressing. You could taste the chicken. It was. I like it better like that. In other words, when I make the buffalo chicken dip, the Red Hot is definitely over flavoring everything. So I like Reaper's recipe better. That chart says, do you call it a disappearing cup because it's green and you can see through it? So you can see through it, or because every time you fill it, it disappears. Yeah, this disappearing cup has a problem. I fill it and it leaks out somewhere. I don't know where, but there's never no wet spot on the table. But yeah, it's my disappearing cup. So it says, Jerry, you have to take some time for yourself. You are home, relax. Me and Jerry had this conversation the other day, and he's like, I told you if I ever wasn't pulling my weight, I'd leave. Blah, 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 this and that. I'm like, Jerry, stop it. You're sick. You just calm down. And we had that whole conversation. So I'm not mad that he's not, doing things and this and that. He's worked his ass off for 3 years. Come on, everyone needs a break every once in a while. Still pisses me off. I'm kidding.
I've got some catching up to do. I think from now on, I'm pretty much always going to have some catching up.
But, it was just bad timing, because the time you get sick and go down, now I'm hit with this roof situation, this trailer fiasco, you got to admit, it's been 30 days of just shit nonstop.
Yeah, on both of us.
Deb Chuck says, where's Ashley? Going to be late again? Do you even have to ask? She's always late. Well, now we're up to the almost time for the Tracy update. We're catching up. We're catching up. Ken Cummings says, how much do you want for the 500-gallon glass tank out in the driveway? You have to talk to Josh about that because he was talking to me about plans for this and do that, and blah, blah, blah. I don't know. Sue Ann says bird is the word. The word. The word is Jerry or
Gazebo.
Gazebo.
I'll let Jim correct you right quick there.
But Bob Taylor's right. Bird is the word.
What kind of cigars do I like? I smoke those little
Nasty, smelly son of a bitches.
I smoke those little backwoods hand rolled. I like the bourbon and honey. My son jokes around that I get my candy and my chew and my smoke all at the same time. It is, and it's relaxing.
For him. Camel Dan says Jerry is the peanut butter to your jelly, Rich.
Oh no!
I told you I was going to read it. Ronaldo, hey Rich, are Richie and Josh best friends? They always seem to hang out together, and they even work together with the rental properties. Just curious. Yes, of course they are.
Brothers.
They're brothers. They're better than
That's,
best friends.
I mean,
and
Richie
will go to war for Josh. Josh will go to war for Richie, and they'll both go to war for me. That's the way I raised them. That's how it is. And like neither one of them have time in their life for this bullshit that we're doing now in this roofing. But they came over here and they were like, "Yeah, Dad, this is the best way. You need to do it this way. We don't have time, but we're going to make time, blah, blah, blah." So that's why we're trying to get everybody here Sunday so that they can finish this whole job in one day and only take one day out of their lives. Because Richie's got jobs backing up. And remember, it's the beginning of summer. Josh has got, all kinds of stuff that he needs to do. He's got his Harley he's working on. He's got his boat he's working on. He's got his family and his house. And they just got a whole new air conditioner heater system hooked up over there. And it's
I think
crazy.
those two community service guys, you ought to tell them either show up Saturday and Sunday or go show up at the Goodwill. Because
I think
they're watching this.
that's what I was
and
just going to
seeing
say.
that, he's got actual work that needs to be
We're
done.
not coming. I
gonna
haven't
be
had
there.
a community service since last Sunday, I think it was. Wait.
They like to show
No.
up when there's
Hold
nothing
on.
that needs done.
We moved the gazebo with Dave. That was one
Yeah.
community service. And that was, what day was that?
That was
Maritza was
Thursday?
here and Ricky. So it was either Friday or Saturday.
Yeah.
So, and let me put out props right here, okay? Maritza and Ricky came here and stayed, I think, 5 days. I'm going to tell you guys, Ricky worked his ass off. I couldn't ask for a better friend. This guy, he busted his butt. We did the gazebo flipping up, and he stressed. He was sweaty. Other
Marissa
people worked,
up a storm too.
but he worked. He worked out there, and then he helped getting the bridge across. He actually hurt his back in the bridge, and we didn't drink that much, so we still can keep going. Maritza kept on cooking left and right, and it was a good time, and Ricky worked his ass off. That's all I want to say. Here's to you, Ricky. Gazebo.
All right, let's see if we can catch up here.
Man. Sue Ann says, so Rich agrees to have the Camaro out for rides at the yard sale.
Oh yeah, right.
Hey, $100 a pop. I'll drive that Camaro around the block 1,000 times.
Take it between now and then. I wouldn't take that much to get it running.
Sue Ann has been a member for 63 months. That's over
Wow.
5 years. Wow.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Yeah. Belated, since this.
So
is
Ann says,
probably
"Damn it,
an
Rich,
hour
why?"
ago, but
What was damn it, Rich about? She didn't give me no explanation. She goes, damn it, Rich.
I don't know, man. You're back too far to have relevance.
Oh, Sue Ann said small but mighty. I was talking about Tracy, so yeah, for sure.
Oh yeah.
Ken, you are right. I keep saying reticulated. That is a Burmese. Yes.
Yeah, we're getting into during the Tracy comment
Right.
now.
Jim says muscle memory always stays and can come back. Well, I tell you what, Every
Yeah.
time we turn her on her side, she moves into that fetal position, and it's so aggravating. I'm like, Tracy, because she curls all up, and then her trach is being pulled, and her bib is down here, and she, the mucus is coming out of her trach. Ah! Lay the way I put you. But it's so cute to come into the room and see her all curled up in a little fetal position. Aw, there's my girl. Who's the girl in Josh's graduation pic? Joshy and Richie's best friend was John. John's girlfriend was Crispy. Her name was Crispy Bacon on YouTube, so we call her Crispy. When John died, it was a tragic, hurtful thing. Everything was bad. They were both living here. So I let Crispy continue living here. I think it was like 2 or 3 years. And, she moved on now and this and that. But, I let her keep living here because that's what John would have wanted. And,
Family friend.
definitely a family friend.
I mean, that's best you can do.
Well, we were friends with her mother. And then there was some stupid bitch that was here, went back to her mother and was telling her mother that, oh, yeah, Rich and her are hooking up. No, the fuck we weren't. I never touched.
There's always one in every crowd.
Dude,
man.
I couldn't believe it because because I consider John one of my kids. He's been around forever, my kid's best friend, and now he lives with me. He called me Pops. There's no fucking way I would ever touch his girlfriend. I left her his room, and why make her go through this shit? She just lost her they were going to get married.
Yeah.
She just lost her to be husband. I lost my would-be son.
Yeah.
And then the mother lost her real son. I get the pain.
All my son's friends and everything are practically my kids anyway.
Okay, so you understand it.
Yeah,
But here's the
understand
story.
completely.
Her mother heard that I'm messing with Crispy, this and that, and then disowned me. And we've been family friends for years. And I tried talking to her, but there was no talking to her. So you know what I had to do?
One side or the other.
I let her grieve the way she wants. She wants to take her anger out on me. I never bothered her again. But see, I know the truth. I've never touched Crispy. I took care of Crispy like a daughter. And I helped her out and moved her on, helped her move on, helped her do everything. And that's what Johnny would have wanted from me.
Yeah,
You
that's
know what I'm
good.
saying? So I can hold my head high
Taking care
and
of
this and that. But her mother needed somebody. To me, this is what I was getting. Like, God is telling me that her mother needed a scapegoat to put all of her anger into, you know?
Well, let her use it.
Yeah.
If you got that kind of space.
I lost a friend, but,
Oh, we're getting further behind here.
well, I got to say the truth.
I
That's the girl in Josh's graduation. That was Johnny's girlfriend, going to be wife. They were together forever, like, I don't know, 4 years. They lived here.
Everybody's got a story, man. You just got that one.
So Ann says, so what's going on with the pool pond for those that weren't here with Josh? I don't know what that means. There's nothing going on with the pool pond. It got a lot of dust and dirt in it from the roofing stuff. When they tore out the roof, that fan is on that. This is another thing we didn't even think of. That fan is on the pool room sucking out. So there's negative pressure in the pool room. So it sucks through these filtered grates. But when they ripped open the decking off of the roof, now all this air can come through, go through the door and go out that big 3-foot fan.
Yeah.
So it sucked in all the dust and dirt. I walked into the pool room and I was like, what the hell's happening wrong with this? It was covered with a slime layer of dust all over the whole pool. And then, the next day, even then, knowing this, all the fish tanks are dusty. I can write my name in the dust on top of the lids. We have to dust every single one of them. But the pool did clear back up. So if that's what you're talking about, if there's something else, let me know, because I don't know what you mean. Stephen Machin says, why were 2 paddlefish caught in the pool pond and put in tubs? Josh traded them off, or actually he sold them to this person and took the money to buy 2 more paddlefish from the place we get paddlefish from that were like 6 inches bigger. So we just had to add a little bit of money. In other words, we can upgrade. and get bigger. We had, I think, 6 of the small and 3 of the large. So he got rid of 2 of the small, added some money, bought 2 bigger. We haven't got him yet, so I'll show you. I'll video that. Are we caught up? Bob Taylor says, I didn't get notified. Neither Sue Ann and Stephen Peters
Yeah, going
says,
through during the Tracy update, there wasn't many comments.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Stephen Peters
So
says,
we got
Wave
that.
Dope Man. Who's he calling the Dope Man?
I don't
Are you
know.
the Dope Man? Wave.
Wave dope man? Am I the dope man? I don't know. I enjoy my herb, yes. But
Okay, we dropped from 170 to 142 viewers right after the Tracy update stopped. So there's at least 30 people here that are only coming on for the Tracy update. Skull72 says, how's it going, guys? It's going great. Actually, I tell you what, I've never been this sore in all my life. Spending a day, they ripped off the roofing and threw it next to it on the ground. And then me and the younger roofer, we picked him up, threw him into the trailer. I drove it around front with a bag and another garbage can on top of the trailer. We'd get around front and we'd dump it all into the trailer.
I got a whole video of it today.
Oh my God, no. They didn't get no videos of us throwing that in there.
No, well, nobody was out there to take camera.
Right. Well, the whole point was, remember it was like 3 years ago, I had 4 years ago, whatever it was,
Yeah.
the shoulder surgery.
Yeah.
I ripped every tendon off of the shoulder. So now taking a shower, it hurts for me to raise this arm up to even wash my hair. I wash my hair like this, you know, and it hurts for this. Well, that whole day I'm taking shingles and asphalt out of the bucket and throwing it up over a 7-foot, you know, piece of wood. Oh my God, I am so sore for the last, I don't know, been 3-4 days. Oh my God, it's been crazy. Yeah, max viewers 175. And okay, so we're only down to 164. Well, actually it just jumped up because it was lower a minute ago.
Yeah, I did jump up.
Okay.
Thomas Bird's got a good question, but it's kind of.
Thomas Birch says, I got a question with the electric eel. Watson doing his thing. When it shocks the water, won't that travel down to 4,000 and the fish that are in it? No. It is the most craziest thing I have learned about this fish. You can have your hand in the tank with him, and you won't feel it getting shocked. You'll see the light lighting up and all this and him eating food, and your hand, you don't get shocked at all. Even barefoot on wet ground, you don't get shocked. It tripped me out. That's not how electricity works. You know, the easiest path it'll go. Why not go through your hand, through your body, into your wet feet, and into straight ground? The cement is ground.
You touch him, you're bacon, but.
Really? You gonna just come in, bust into my story, and tell the punchline. So anyways, the closer you get to him, like let's say you're a foot away, you can feel a little vibration. You're 6 inches away, you feel the shocking a little bit. It ain't bad. But like Jerry says, if you touch him, you get knocked on your ass. It's something to do with that fish and the way they are. You know, I've got an electrode on each side of a 6-foot
You know
tank,
why it works?
and it lights the light up. So there is electrical current there, 6
Can I
foot
tell
away
you
from
why
it.
it works that way?
Yeah.
He has both positive and negative receptors in his skin. He grounds you through the water. That's why.
So the electric's going out and back into him.
Yeah, he's actually.
So that's why it
he's
nails you if you touch
circulating
him.
his current through you. He can send out a shock through the water if he really wants to bad enough, but he has complete control over his electrical. I mean, that's how he lives. That's his basis. It's like breathing to you and me. He sees the whole world through it.
Jack Attack says there's a YouTuber in Texas named Fanatic. We know him well. We've talked to him before, and he was one of the YouTubers who were supposed to, you know, collab with us.
Yeah.
But anyways, that is looking for a melanistic paddlefish. He is friends with Paul Caparo. That might be an interesting collab. Paul Caparo's been here probably 4 times now. We've done collabs. You know, I haven't been to his new house yet, but if I had the time away, I would definitely go and see Paul Caparo. Fanatic is down there by him, along with a lot of others. Zach Catch 'em All, Monster Mike. There's a bunch. They're called the Florida YouTubers, and we pretty much know them all. But the last time I was in Florida, I went to Zach and I'm like, yo, bro, let's do a collab, this and that. And he goes, well, we're going out on the boat today. We're going spearfishing. Dude, I can't go with you. I'm Ohio Fish Rescue. I can't go out on a spearfishing trip, and video this and that. So they went without us.
Did he bring us back some nice cuts from the fish?
No, Zach, no, But
Oh,
Zach,
no, that wasn't him. That was
put on our shirt, did a promo
Yeah,
for us.
I did a wrong one on that
Yeah.
one. Yeah, I moved.
And
I don't know half these people, so connections are sometimes cheap.
yeah. Thomas Bird says, that's amazing. Thank you for answering my question, Jerry. And Jerry, I hope you feel better.
Oh, thank you very much.
Happy American Dad says, Big Rich, question for you. Can you give me a timeline for a big project that you're doing this year, like the garage in the back and the sump? The sump's coming up real close. The garage is probably going to get put off because of all the bullshit that has happened. The gazebo flipping, the pond problems now. Not to mention, I got hit with $9,000 income tax and then $9,400 property taxes. And then I got hit with a trailer fiasco, is $5,000. Then I got hit with the roof, is $5,000. Now we decided to rebuild the whole thing, which is another $5,000. It's just, I don't have the spare money this year to spend 50, 60 grand on a barn, which when I build it, I want it built right. I want it built like, you guys ever seen these old farmhouses? From the front, you can see a tractor goes into the barn and there's like a little uphill and it goes into the barn. And, there's hay all stored in there and this and that. But if you go around back, you drive in underneath the barn. Okay. This is how I want my garage to be in the backyard. I want it flat and level with the ground that comes in. And then it's going to have to be sitting on a cement underground garage that once we go down the hill, I can do a U-E and pull in with like the Bobcat and Doom Buggy. They can park down there. But in the top, I can have my riding lawnmower, four-wheelers, tools, stuff like that, And I haven't found anybody that can build it yet. That's why we've been putting it off. And I was ready to do it this summer, but with all these things that hit us up, and now the government's hit me up saying in 2022 and 2023 you didn't pay enough taxes. What the hell? If you accept it, it should be done. You shouldn't have to come back and redo. Who are these people that are redoing my taxes from 2022? The government people just got people to sit around and redo every single person's taxes. If you accept it, then you're accepting payment. I paid them like $9,000 that year. And they're saying, I don't remember if it was $800 or $1,800. They're saying that I owe for that year. It's crazy. Whips World says $18,000 in tax. Well, $9,100 was for my income tax because everything I do is under the table. All my properties coming in, the YouTube channels, it's all not under the table. It's where you don't get charged taxes every month or every week out of your check. 1099, you have to pay your own taxes at the end of the year, that type of thing. So that was, I saved for that. I saved 20, 25 grand every year to pay my taxes. So they hit me with that. And that was $18,500 in taxes. And then $5,000 for the whole trailer fiasco cost me. So now we're at $23,500. Let's just say $25,000. And then another $5,000 for the roofing. And now we're rebuilding the roofing more. So that's another $5,000. So $10,000 on top of the $25,000. That's $35,000 so far out of my pocket that I didn't plan for. I only planned for like half of that. So yeah, right now it's crazy. Thomas Birch says, I would recommend checking with the Amish community. They may be able to build it or exactly the way you want it quickly. I would love that to happen, but I'm not even checking on it right now because I need to get this roof done. It's open to the rain. If it rains, we're screwed. So we need to get this roofing done. That's going to be the Sunday. I had to call and spend $2,800 in lumber that's being delivered tonight or tomorrow morning, and then I got to get that lumber carried around to the side. I've got a whole pile of lumber, like 20 foot wide, 6 foot tall, that came off of that roof that I have to carry back to the burn pile, and that's all 1960s cedar. So yeah, it's just I'm not ready for it yet, you know. Same thing with the addition on the back. We've got the deck is 16 foot wide, and we've got 36 more foot. We can add a new addition onto the fish room. That's where it's going to go. It's just a matter of things happened, shit happens, and I have to deal with this now. So I don't know. Right now, my priorities are getting this roof built and then getting the fence back up, and it'll be back to a sun deck for Tracy. I can put off building the roof over top and make it a 3 or a 4 season room for sunbathing out there. Leave it with a clear ceiling, you know, the clear corrugated roofing. I don't have to heat it in the winter. I can make it a 3 season room, but I at least want the clear roofing on there to keep the water off, because the less water I can have sand in there and make it a beach scene, you know, with a clear roof over it. And I don't know. The point is, I'm not ready for the barn. I want the barn. I mean, my dune buggy sat out and it got all rusted. All the chrome on the motor is rusted now, you know. The 2 big chrome headlights are rusted. I'm going to have to spend probably $400 in chrome parts to repair it back to the glory it was last summer. So it needs to be inside. It can't be outside the moisture. I had it under the gazebo all winter, and it didn't help. It didn't help. So Camel Dan says about that trailer thing, I think Reaper's a little too old to be driving for rescues to avoid careless mistakes. Just saying. You know, everybody's got their thing. And you know, I've been on Reaper for years to stop driving so fast and so blah, 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 and to be more careful. You know, but he drives his way and does that. And, you know. Southern England Rose says, I hope Jerry has a roof over his head. Yeah, he's living in my band room downstairs, right under us right now. On this end of the house. That deck is at that end of the house.
Actually, we're practically right over. Yeah.
You are over. Your bed is right there.
Yeah, my bed's right down there.
Yeah. Thomas Birch says, you take all those parts and send them to a local chrome or have them redo it. That's even more expensive. It's cheaper to buy them new. Oh, it jumped on its own. I didn't even touch it.
No, it didn't. Well, we're at the.
It didn't jump far.
No.
Okay.
Okay, we got a super chat from Equal Star, $10. Thank you. Missed the drinking words, so have a gazebo.
Gazebo's a drinking word. There you go. Thank you, Equal Star. Every bit helps. Loren says, did you think Jerry was sleeping under the stars? They heard me say about your tanks out there.
The other night, when it got warm and they had the air conditioning all night, it gets damn cold down.
No, we shut the air conditioning off at night every night.
No, that one, anyway, it was a while back. I'm thinking I was earlier that evening, but then it got foggy and damp outside, so I'm going, we got it, you know. No, I have no problem with it right at the moment.
Thomas Birch says Jerry's going to sleep in the gazebo. Now, when they said that
I've had a roof cave in on me.
When we were talking about Jerry's tanks are down there, they thought that was your room down there.
Oh no, it's not yet. There's plans, but that's probably further back than the garage right now. Closer.
If I had my way, that garage would have already been built.
I know it.
You know.
If I had my way, that room would already be built too.
Well, now is a good time because the way we're doing it, the way they had it was the flooring was there, and then they had 2 sheets of 1-inch
Yeah.
board insulation that was like sand fiber or something. 'Cause when it got wet, it disintegrated into sand.
Yeah, I
And
saw
then they had the
that.
rubber roofing over it. Then they had asphalt. Then they had another layer of rubber roofing. So now here's the thing. With all that gone, and we just got the 3 beams down there now, we're building a new deck on top of there.
Yeah,
New framework, and then putting sheathing the top with 3/4 inch plywood.
Yeah.
I bought 20 sheets of 3/4 inch plywood at $59 a piece. Anyways, and it's all pressure treated.
Yeah.
So now once that goes on, then the guys can come back Monday or Tuesday. They said they'd be here, putting the rubber roofing on. Now that'll seal us from any water,
yeah,
and we'll have the right pitch, okay. And we'll have the deck up to the doorway again. Right now, you walk out the doorway, you drop down like 5 inches.
I
It
know.
hurt my back when I walked out there because I didn't see that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
No
So-
depth perception.
Right. So, anyways, now from underneath, you're not going to see that white 1x8 roofing we had. All that is gone.
Yeah.
So now you're going to see the 2x6 joist with room in between, basically like the
Now
back
you
deck.
gotta redo. Okay, yeah, I see.
Okay. So
I
we're going to put.
understand completely. I watched earlier when you and Josh were
Okay,
talking
so
about
well, let me finish this. We're going to put the insulation between all them joists, and then a piece of plastic, visqueen, and then drywall. Then we can paint.
Yeah,
Then we can put up the new lighting,
yeah.
and then we can build walls
Well,
and move
we
you
can
out there.
do it properly and have it ventilated and
Yeah.
yeah.
Well,
and
we can add that to
everything.
our house furnace,
Yeah.
because there's a furnace line that runs through. It's a big 2 foot by 3
Well,
foot.
with that pool furnace across the room.
That's coming out.
Oh, you guys are changing that furnace out?
Yeah, we're taking that out to put 2 other pool filters in, so that one pump goes to 3 filters.
So where are we gonna? Never mind. Where are we gonna
Before-
put the heater?
Listen, before the heater stays there inside that room.
Okay, well the heater throws off enough room to heat that whole room.
Okay, forget all that, because that's not how you're going to get heated. But listen, that heater is there and it's last in line, and we're going through 1 filter now, and Josh has to constantly change that filter and clear it out.
Yeah, I know.
So if we put the other 2 spare filters we have, do you remember we have one in the basement now, a spare one. There's one over on the outside by the globe tank that used to run the 3,000 gallon
Yeah.
tank. We're going to take both of those. So now the water is going to come into that room. That furnace won't be there. We're going to have 3 of those same filters that are there now. Split 1 to 3. It's going to go through all 3 filtration and then go to 1 to the heater. So if 1 plugs up, it's still got 2 others.
Yeah,
So it's going to make Josh's life easier. It's going to make the filter heat, because right now it's running on such slow amount of water
yeah.
that's made for 10,000 gallons an hour of water, and we're putting like 2,000 through it because the filter's so plugged up.
Yeah.
So it's going to make the filter way more efficient. Now, that heater that's in there, the furnace, we have never used in the last 12 years. That's going to all them vents into the pool room.
Yeah.
We've never used that. So what we're going to do, and I talked to Josh about this, you know, on the ceiling in the basement, there's this big long run.
Yeah.
We're going to tie in a heater vent there, right through the wall to your new room, outside under this deck.
Okay.
And then we're going to put a hole in the wall on the far other side, going straight through to the bar room, so that there's no negative pressure. Heat comes in, or air conditioning comes in, and air just blows out the other hole. So you're going to have passing through air, whatever's in the basement.
So all the air from my room's gonna go into the bar room?
No, all the air from the bottom of the steps and the arcade room is going to go into your room now. Because your room is on the other side of the arcade room.
Okay, yeah, I got you.
So we're just going to cut a hole in the room there, add a vent to your room,
Yeah.
and then cut a hole on the other side and have a return vent just going into the negative pressure of the basement.
Yeah, sounds good.
So you won't have that cold air, because your room has all them vents running through, going to all them bedrooms.
Yeah.
So all of them are getting cold, making your room cold.
That's the whole problem down there, is lack of insulation on that
On the vents,
ductwork.
right. So you won't have none of that. You're just coming off the main room, one vent going right into your room. That's how it's going to be.
It sounds good to me.
Then now since last week, Jerry kept coming up complaining it was cold, this and that. So we found out that if we shut the air off at nighttime, we're good. When the nurse comes in, she knows to turn it on for her shift. She comes in at 7 o'clock. So it's been working out even better down there.
It's okay, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it depends on how late you turn it off too, because it's so mighty cold down there. But I'm a survivor, man. I got my nest down there. I got all kinds of blankets, and I can cuddle up and curl up. I wouldn't
How are
wanna
we at
lay
the
down
end and
there
they're talking
stretch
about
out and watch a
grandkids?
movie. I mean, it's about 64 degrees downstairs.
I'm going to call you on that.
No, yeah, up
No,
here,
because 68 feels
I've
cold.
got a thermometer down there that's 64 degrees.
I call
When
bullshit.
I come up the stairs and it's 71.
I'll go down and measure myself because I call bullshit on that. But
It's
I will go
hanging
down.
right there on the iron pole, magnet stuck to it.
I will go down with my own thermostat and check it myself. Okay. What was the last post here?
That's the cold. Oh, no, I should say that's the coldest I ever seen it. It's usually around 67 to 68.
Well, we stopped putting the air on all night, so it's got to be
Yeah.
better this week.
Now, but it's still cycling all the air, and the air down there is already cold. It
You can
ain't
say what you want. Last week was colder than this week, and you haven't told me a pressure or temperature this week. I will
wasn't
go do it
starting to
myself.
complain or an argument about it. I told you earlier, I'm fine with it right now. What we're doing is working. Right there, Summer Lay's running her sheet here. I'd break it up a little bit sometimes.
She's doing a good job. You leave her
Oh,
alone, Jerry.
I'm not on her about it. It's just that all of a sudden,
Man, you just find anything to complain about, huh?
you're going to Punjabi it no matter what right now.
Even Sue Ann goes, love the links. Thank you, Summerlee.
Yeah, well, yeah, thank you.
Oh my God, Thomas Birch, you son of a bitch. He goes, you two sound like them old judges up in the balcony of the Muppet Show.
Oh, God, that's a bad. Good call, though. Thanks, Thomas. Really.
No, thanks, you son of a bitch.
Yeah. That was a good call.
Breen comes in with gazebo.
Right on.
Summerlee says, Mike Brown, best way to contact through Facebook Messenger on the main page or the OFR 501c3, the forum. I answer all them questions in there. Josh don't get to his questions that well. All right, can you handle that for a minute? I gotta go check on.
No show.
Ouch. Oh man, my knees. All right, be right back.
Yep. I couldn't tell you which puppet's right and which puppet's left on that. Whereas I don't remember it that well. Randall Davis, no, I am not related to Rich in any way, shape, or form. He needed help about 4 years ago, and I called him up and offered my help. It took me about 3 months to get here, and by then we both kind of, but I just loaded everything in my car, and this was just kind of my first stop going south. If it hadn't worked out here with Rich, I don't know where I'd be right now, but that's not the way you live life. You take care of what's in front of you to the best of your ability and move on. Try to leave a better scene behind you. So You know, it's worked out well. I have the knowledge and the skills, the research, the observation. I mean, but I don't have the physical capacity to do any of it anymore. So, like I said, I'd have loved to have covered up those tanks and got some of that stuff out of there down in the basement. I knew this was coming, but I can't do it myself. Everybody else is involved in projects, things. They got their own times and stuff. We had inconsistent at best community service helpers, and when they were here, Rich had stuff for them to do, and you know, so we have the, you know, I'm just gonna have to clean up behind and see what survives. My tanks were pretty stable, so I could probably go another week without even opening them up, to be honest with you, but that's me. I wouldn't suggest anybody else do that. But I've actually helped rescue burnouts and, you know, all kinds of things. So, yeah, I've seen worse than what that basement looks like, really. But I'm just physically unable to do anything about it. And, you know, I survive on my Social Security, and I don't jump through the hoops. So it even with work, even with living here, it still cost me my whole Social Security check to get through the month. But at my age, I kind of baby myself a little bit. If I want an orange, I go buy an orange. I don't. Well, maybe some other time. But then I'm not real good at taking care of myself either. I'm a survivor. I do whatever it takes to do whatever it takes to keep doing what I'm doing. But as far as maintenance and, you know, and I'm starting to get higher maintenance. This cancer's really tearing me up. No, I am not looking for a GoFundMe or a Jerry, you know. It's just not, you know, I'm high mileage, and I never really expected to live this long. I did not. It's not disabilities, it's just a change. Harley Jim's disabilities give you limits you need to recognize. Yes, they do. But I also, the abilities just change. We're given a set of gifts. You use the gifts to the best of your ability. There's always somebody out there that's going to be better than me at something, because that's their gift. Okay. But I'm getting to the point where it's really hard for me to share my gift. What's left of my gift is knowledge, experience, and I'm not into setting up, you know, a bunch of. Never mind. One of the reasons I left Wisconsin was I had a bunch of people following me around like a guru and asking me stupid. No, I'm not stupid, but damn it, you know, I have teachings, but they don't want the teachings, they want the entertainment. Now, Rajani, yes, I do smoke cannabis. That's probably one of my main crutches, if you want to call it that. My grandma used to tease me when I was a kid about that. Keep abusing the medicine, it won't work for me someday. But it's still working. Right now, I'm not at the moment because I want to get my system cleaned out and get myself back in shape. Sue Ann, that's sweet. Jerry has left you to acknowledge the life you lived, the things you have done. You know, a clinical psychologist asked me what I would leave behind on my tombstone, and I said he left a little better place than he found it.
All right, Jerry, you know what this is?
Oh yeah, that's the one that didn't work the other day when you were fighting.
No, I put batteries in it. Works fine.
Okay.
This is my one. I look at my exhaust, you know, on cars.
Would
and see.
you go down and check the basement temperature?
Yeah.
You ass. Yeah.
And then this is what you're reading, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You know what this said?
What?
The air conditioner's on right now, right?
I'm listening to you. Keep talking.
The air conditioner's on right now. It reads 64 degrees.
Okay. Yeah, that's
Just
what
like you
I'm
said.
reading. Yeah.
When the air conditioner's off, it's going to definitely get warmer. So you were right.
I said that's the coldest I've ever seen it down there.
Ah, okay.
But when the air conditioner's not running and that cold air is not moving through those vents, just the house circulating air, it drops, it raises real fairly quick.
Yeah, the temperature's going to go up for sure. Yeah.
And even if you put the heat on, the heat's not going to kick in until it drops down that low. So,
Normally he goes, oh, Rich is taking temps. People know me.
come on, somebody say it. Jerry was right again. I'm waiting.
Only when
Where are you?
no, we turn the air conditioner off every night because Jerry was complaining it was cold down there. So we turn the air conditioner off every night. 7 o'clock in the morning, nurse gets here, you know, it's back on. And, you know, it cools it back off. But, you know, he was right when the air conditioner's on.
You didn't happen to turn it off, did you?
What's that?
The air conditioning.
No, it's on right now.
Well,
You can blow it right here. You can
far as I
look at
can-
the curtain.
yeah.
It's blowing ice cold right now.
Well, it doesn't warm up right away down there. Actually, it doesn't really balance out until morning.
Harley Jam says, on film, Rich said Jerry was right. This one time, all right, people?
One time. I get my magnet back?
No. The 64 degrees is the temperature of the pole, okay, that this thing is attached to.
This wasn't attached. There's an insulate between it. This was attached to the.
Yeah, the magnet,
Yeah,
the metal
okay.
cold magnet.
That was attached.
If you got a,
This down here, this is where the temperature's being.
you can say that all you want.
At the
Here's a
expansion,
64 degree pole, and you take a thermostat and hook to it. What do you think it's going to be? Is it going to read the room temperature? Is it going to read what's the?
It's not going to read up here. It's going to read down.
I don't give
here
a
in the
fuck
open
up
air.
and down. Please stop. This is in the vicinity of this pole. The pole's putting off cold air. It's not going to get the room temperature out here. It's going to be a little colder because the pole is ice cold metal. It's going to, you know. It's like putting this in the refrigerator. Yeah, it's going to tell you what the refrigerator is, not the air temperature if I left the door open.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there is a difference. It's probably, I would say 66 room temperature with that pole being that cold.
That's still too damn cold.
This is true. This is true. Summerlee says, I'd be wearing triple digits in 64 degrees. Here's the problem.
Hey, I wrap up in 3 blankets and I pull one of mine over my head like a hoodie.
He's warm and cozy as a bug in a rug at nighttime. It's the problem is when he wakes up and he has to get up and go to the bathroom. There's the problem right there.
Yeah, and that's too many times. We don't discuss that.
I don't keep the house at 64, people. Listen,
No.
I keep the house at 71. But if you understand how heat and cold works, any heat in the house rises up, right? So when you heat your house, it's going to heat your ceiling area first. And then it's going to fill the room and come down. So if you've ever noticed in the wintertime, your feet are still cold, but your body's warm because your feet are at the lowest position. It heats from the ceiling down.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, air conditioning. Hot air rises, cold air lowers. So whatever room is putting out air conditioning, it goes down your steps and fills up from the basement first. So when you walk downstairs, you feel colder instantly. And then upstairs, if you measure by your ceiling up here, 8 foot high, it's going to be 4 degrees warmer than it is right here by your face. And then it's going to be 2 degrees colder by your feet than it is by your face.
Not in that room it is. Because of that ductwork. That's what
I'm
makes
saying-
the biggest difference.
I'm saying the house.
Yeah.
It's
the
going to fill up
house.
the basement first and then fill up the second floor. So when the temperature up here, the thermostat is reading 71,
Yeah.
it's 64 down here and it's 80 upstairs. You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? And that's just the way, there's nothing we can do about it. We did go down there and tape off every open duct going to Jerry's room so that the air conditioner didn't blow down there.
Just the one, yeah.
You shouldn't have any open.
Now, there's one open so the house air can circulate down there. Otherwise, it'd never warm up.
But when the air conditioner's on, it's blowing cold air, not house air.
It doesn't make any difference. It's going to blow. It's not the air coming out of the air conditioning vent that's cold, chill in the room. It's the air flowing through the vent work, through the ductwork itself.
I'm not going to argue with you no more. All vents should be closed in your room, and then you would only get the residual air because the furnace is right next to your room, sucking all the air out of the house down to it and back up, and we never turn off that fan. So it would warm up if you didn't have cold air blowing into your room. But Jerry should have his own behind the scenes channel. I don't think Jerry's ready for that.
No, not. I'm still trying to figure out how to use the camera.
If you would see Jerry using his camera, you'd be like, yeah, he's not running another channel. As a matter of fact, for the last, I don't know, couple days, he was like, hey, Theo, come here. Show me how to work this camera.
I would expect him to have more knowledge about it than me. He's got the same phone I do.
Oh, here's a good question. Elliot Tees, or what's that say? Eliotes says, did Jerry's fish all survive? I worked down there for an hour. I worked down there for an hour today and did not make it over to Jerry's fish tanks. We don't know. It took me an hour to make a path. I didn't even clean it. It's pre-clean to make a path in about 12 foot. Everything was so nasty, so dusty, so dirty. I'm taking debris. I'm sweeping everything to the side. I need to get the shop vac down there and go over this 12 foot again to make sure there's no dirt here and I can move on from there. Jerry's fish tanks are like 15 foot that way, but to get to them, I have to go 20 foot around the poles and all this stuff. So I've got another 20 foot, and that's going to be my first path. I made the path over in. Now I'm going to make the arch over to Jerry's tanks next. But, you know, I got to sleep last night, and, you know, I woke up today and I had all the bills I had to take care of. That took me about a half hour. And then I had, oh my God, I was on the phone for like an hour dealing with Tracy's suppliers. It's ridiculous. The nurse was fed up with these people. But I got a lot of that handled. And then, you know, I started cleaning downstairs. And by the time I had an hour into it, it was time for the nurse to leave and I had to come back in. So I've been watching Tracy since 3 o'clock today. And I got about 12 foot into the room. It ain't even clean. It's pre-cleaned. You can walk down there without
stepping on splinters.
Right. Everything's moved out of the way, off to the right, and all the debris is picked up. And I started cleaning out the windowsills, the steps on the way down. I had to go back like 4 times and re-clean the steps because every time I'd move something down here, a windstorm would come up and take all this dust up the steps. It was crazy. Okay, we had Unsilenced Voices. What about a small electric space heater? I know people with illnesses like cancer feel much colder than healthier people. This is probably true. He has one down there, but
I don't trust it.
It's on carpet. It's, you know, he needs like a, I don't know, like a,
They do have
you know
some
what he
room-
needs is a room heater air conditioner combo, to where you can keep your room at like say 70 all year, and you can basically close your door. If we had a door from the bathroom over to the bar door,
Yeah,
then the furnace would suck all the air out of the house and into here, and you would only get the vented air and, you know, the
yeah,
return.
yeah.
That would make it better.
It's just the heater that I have is old and the switches are worn, and I just don't trust it. I'm not going to sleep with something like that firing all night. It's just uncomfortable. You know, I mean, there are one.
Mini split, that's what you need.
Jim says there's ones that are cheaper, but yeah, I mean,
Well, that's
yeah,
what yours is a cheap one.
mine's a cheap one in manufacturing, but it's
Well,
a high.
I'm saying it's like $15 in the store,
Yeah,
and it's a fan, and then it was set in the carpet. So I'm like, Jerry, you can't do this. You know,
I've got it on tiles now, but I'm still
I
not
know, but
putting
I'm
it
saying
in.
back then I told you can't do this. You can't have this on carpet. This thing, you know, blah blah blah. And we got it on a tile now, so that's less dangerous.
Yeah.
Um,
Now I would love to have a nice new, more modern, efficient heater, but I don't have the facilities or the, you know, so it's way down on my bucket list.
well, once we move him to the room outside, and it ain't outside, but it's the other basement. There won't be all the cold air from the house going in there. There will be no air
I
conditioner
won't have
above
all
him.
that ductwork up there. That's going to
Right,
be the biggest difference.
Yeah.
I
So
just have ventilation.
because
and
he's
that's
got all
I
this
need.
ductwork going to all three bedrooms right above him, and they're supplying air conditioning to all of them. You know.
Well, on top of that, I'll probably have a small refrigerator and my microwave and coffee machine down there anyway. Hopefully.
What was that you just said?
Never mind.
No, I didn't
What?
hear you.
I said hopefully I'll have my refrigerator and microwave and coffee machine.
You don't have a microwave down there?
What?
You don't have a microwave down there?
Yes, I have a microwave downstairs.
Okay, and you have a coffee machine.
Yeah, I have my coffee machine.
So we're just missing the
The
refrigerator.
refrigerator, yeah, downstairs. I'm talking about out there.
Right. Well,
Okay.
you know, we can still get it in the meantime.
Yeah,
We bought the one fridge and it turned out not to be a
yeah, it
apartment
didn't
size.
work. I even cleared out a space for it there. but
Well, we
that was-
carried down too, and we couldn't get it to the door.
it ain't happening.
So we need a apartment size refrigerator for Jerry, and I'm looking all the time. So to get it through that bar room door, it has to be apartment size. It can't be a full
Not
size
one
fridge.
of those little hotel room refrigerators.
No, not a 2x4 or a 2x2. It's
One
like
of the ones
a
that's
5
about
by
3/4
2.5,
of the size of a
Right.
normal.
5 foot tall,
Yeah.
2.5 foot
Small
wide.
freezer
Yeah.
area. I have never messed with an oil heater, honey. I'm sorry, I'm answering questions without reading.
No, you're
them.
good. You're good.
Harley said the oil heaters are the best. I've never dealt with one, so I couldn't say.
I'm used to you stepping on me. Are you just thumping me? Were you thumping me?
I'm gonna thump you again, too. Yeah.
This is why you're family, Jerry. Hmm. Wow. Yeah, Harley said it's supposed to have a 3 foot clearance around those heaters. It's not possible in most rooms. Well, you know, it's the place was built in, what was this, 1960?
Mid 50s, early to mid 50s. I would say, from the construction techniques and especially that damn intercom system.
Oh yeah, there was an
That was
intercom system everywhere
State of the art
at the time, for sure.
Boy, that's a wiring madhouse.
Did you see the wiring over by the
I've seen the whole wiring board for it. I could imagine.
dude? There's a pile of wires this big of
Yeah.
the tiniest little wires.
It-
color-coded,
it's
like
basically
orange,
a
red,
miniature
green.
switchboard. Man.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah, it's a trip. I mean, I've seen them and used them and have lived in buildings where they are and stuff, but my goodness. I would hate to have to wire one.
Oh, Randy Vid says, I wish I had a big house like you, Rich. I tell you what, I worked my whole life to finally end up with this house, and I bought this for $140,000. It was bad shape. I worked my ass off for the last 10, 12 years making it what it is today. I envisioned, I walked in and I'm like, ew, gross, but I can do this here. I can do that there. I can do this here, And, you got to work for what you want and make it. Someone really says, I used to live in a house with a built-in vacuum system.
Oh, I feel sorry for you. I've never seen one that works properly. They always leak somewhere. If you vacuum in the living room, the dust is blown out in the bedroom. I lived in a fourplex that had a central vacuum system. All 4 apartments hooked up to it. When somebody hooked up their vacuum, every other apartment knew
Drops it. Oh,
yeah, I mean,
I wouldn't mind that here for like the kitchen. You know what I'm saying? The whole kitchen area,
Yeah,
have
a
one
little-
spot,
like
maybe
yeah.
just a suction spot under the counter to where I can sweep everything to it.
yeah,
That would be nice.
yeah.
I don't need it for every room or whatever. My last house it was built in like the 20s. It had a laundry chute on every floor in the
Yeah,
bathroom.
I see that.
And dude, no, we used the shit out of that.
Yeah,
It had open holes, and I put doors on there with hinges and stuff. Painted it, made it look real nice. But yeah, we would throw our towels in from the upstairs bathroom and be right next to the laundry machine downstairs. It was awesome. This house don't have that. Oh. Raheem says gazebo.
1,000 times gazebo.
I only count his as one. He goes overboard every single
Yeah,
one.
that's cool. That's we just live with him. Right? That's his style. One of these times, I like to try to come up with a drinking word that he can't find an emoji to.
Right. Sue Ann says dumb waiters and laundry chutes were the best. They were. They really were. But you know what? I loved my last house. Even though it was in Cleveland, I could stomp on the floor and my kids would run from, the attic, the basement, the
Yeah.
first floor. Tracy would come in from, the deck. Everybody heard it. And now this floor, I can hit the floor here and only the person underneath me hears me. That's you. And then nobody else out there, no other rooms, the living room, kitchen, the laundry room, the pool room, the fish room, the back deck. Nobody hears it,
Yeah.
And I used to use that all the time. All right, guys, you got like 7 more minutes. Got any questions? So you know what? Tonight when we shut off the air conditioner, I'll come down and see what the temperature actually is.
It doesn't change immediately.
Swan says we holler from the heater ducts to communicate. That works. I used to listen to my mom arguing with my dad through the heater ducts. Just put your ear up to the big grate on the wall, and you could hear anything.
Yeah.
Summerly says, was that the house you guys had to repair a couple years? Probably. I've done a lot of repairs on it since I turned it into rental property. So it's probably it.
Lorenz wants to know how do I become a millionaire?
Here's what you do.
Write a book telling everybody else how to become a millionaire.
That's right. My little brother had the idea one time. It's a slow, small version of that. And he says, here's what you do. You put an ad on Craigslist, how to make $10, and it costs $1. How to make $100, it costs $1. And these people will send you $1 in the mail, and then you send them an ad back telling them, put an ad on Craigslist of how to make $100 and send $1 to you. And I mean, it was just, I was genius. It's just genius. And you're telling them the same thing that they just did for you. You know, it's the same thing.
Is that one Richard Pryor movie where he, the percentage of a cent that's always left over in a
Oh, yeah.
transaction, and all of a sudden he's got this, I think,
You bought that red
damn.
Ferrari or something.
Yeah. You know, it's shit.
And the guy was like,
Everybody send me a penny. I won't need a penny the rest of my life.
the boss was like, we don't know who it is or how it happened, but no one's going to be stupid enough to just, make a flagrant buy or this and that. And here comes Richard Pryor coming in with his Ferrari to work. Well, that might be the man.
Yeah, right.
Suzanne says, Shauna, was that the video of the roof repair? No, that was the video that we rehabbed the inside and put down the flooring. We painted the walls and I pressure washed the outside, I think is the one she's talking of. Campbell Dan said he used the duck call to get everyone's attention. Ooh. Oh man, I'm out.
Yeah, it's that time of the evening, people. We got about 4 minutes left.
Unless you guys want to make it fun, I'll go get another drink. Stay on.
I gotta finish my chores and turn off.
You
the
ain't
air
done
conditioner.
chores in a month. I'm kidding with you. I know you're trying. No, I was yelling at him the
I
other
gotta
day.
go
'cause-
back out to the back deck and have myself a cigar.
Now that sounds more feasible. Now he's telling the truth. No, I was telling everybody how I was yelling at you for
I
getting
gotta
so
make me
skinny
something
and
to
shit.
eat. Huh?
Yeah. I was telling everybody how I was getting, mad at you for getting so skinny and stuff like that. And you're not
Yeah.
really eating like you used to. I used to tell everybody you ate more than anybody I've ever seen. And, you're not doing that no more. Your arms are getting so damn skinny.
I just need to eat properly. I need to get my teeth fixed so I can actually chew something. That's what's tearing me up.
I
keep
got this
plugging
dentist
myself
for
up with this
$200. He'll
stuff.
make you flippers.
Yeah.
Flippers are plastic teeth that go in and,
Nah, I just need to get my teeth fixed. Smoke Bird says, enjoy your cigar. Thank you very much. I will.
Suzanne says, I think that was Josh's house. Shauna, you got to let us know what you saw in the video so we can tell you what video it was, what house it was.
Doopy wants you to get a cup of gazebos. He said, keep going. He said, Doopy says, get a cup of gazebos, Big Rich.
Shauna, we don't know if it was the carpet and the room additions, that would be Josh's basement. If it was the, flooring going in that was gray with the walls painted white and then me pressure washing the outside, that was our family home that we used to live in. So, let me know when and, what video you saw and I'll tell, or what you saw in the video and I'll tell you which video it was. Bellstar says, it's been so fun tonight. All right, guys, I'll go for a little longer. Jerry, if you want to stay for 2 minutes, I'll go make a drink.
Yeah, go ahead and make a drink.
Oh, man, my knees. Just ridiculous. If I sit for any length of time, it's harder to get up.
Yeah, I would love to have a cheeseburger or an egg, but it takes me so long to chew it up to make it digestible. I have to make sure everything I have in my system right now is digestible because my system's not processing properly. I get those big chunks and they just go right straight through. And it takes me so long to chew up a cheeseburger with one tooth on the bottom that half of it's cold anyway. So I end up wasting that usually. And then if I don't, I end up swallowing such big chunks that they don't digest properly. And that's just something as simple as cheeseburger. Oh, I would love to have a nice rare chunk of roast meat of hamburger right now because it actually, you know, but if I have to keep it in a small, thick patty and hot, otherwise there's no point in it. Once the meat tallows out, it's cold. You can chop it up as much as I want, but it's still good, not going to taste good.
Only the OGs know this shirt, Jerry. I saw him as I come in. I had to show him. Let me fold this one up.
I appreciate the suggestion. That cheeseburger does sound good, but I gotta keep it. Like I said, everything's got to be chewable. I can't chew shit. So
A mullet is a superhero's cave you can grow yourself. Love that shirt. Keep going. What is this one? Oh, we got a Watson shirt. Went this way. What's the other shirts here? We've had so many good ones over the years. Oh,
are these ones that are coming up to fit you? That's too small for you.
this is way too big for me. It says,
Oh,
hello, my name is Rodrigo Cortez. And only the OGs remember that.
yeah,
This was a,
I remember the story.
yeah,
Yeah, that's it. I've heard it enough times.
damn reporter didn't know my name. What are you reporting on? What the hell? Okay, my name is Rodrigo Cortez. And she wrote down Rodrigo Cortez and started asking me
you had
questions.
her going. And then you tried to tell her Reaper's name.
Yeah, that was
was
so funny.
That was the funny part.
You didn't believe me at all.
No, this didn't happen twice. You ain't doing me a second time. I was pretty good.
Oh, that was so funny.
All right. Well, good night, people. Stay fishy, my friends. I'm going to go turn off some lights and enjoy my cigar.
Lorenz says, Big Rich, put Jerry to bed. Cover him with an extra blanket. It's 64 degrees.
I've got a nest of blankets down there. I've got some real nice heavy wool ones. I've got those nice thin thermal ones. So I can pretty much put together what I need to stay comfortable.
You know what I get?
I mean, I would hate to lay down there and try to be comfortable and watch a movie or something. But right now, go down there and bundle up in a cocoon
Act like a
and
snow person.
go to sleep. Yeah,
Eskimo.
yeah.
Well, you know what I got out of all this? Out of the whole thing tonight? You've got a
Anything's
lot of
possible.
people out there that absolutely love you.
I feel that. It is sweet. Yeah.
And now they hate me. Rich, it's 64 degrees. You
Chew on him a little
motherfucker.
bit. Go ahead, chew on him a little bit. All right, people, stay fishy, my friends.
Take care, Jerry. Oh, damn. Sue Ann must have had a bad Metallica concert. They sucked live. James can't sing, can't keep in tune with the edits. Bell says, I want to know the story about Roger. We're going to have to show you videos. Roger is an enigma. Roger is the life of the party. Roger is hilarious. We call him eyeliner because his eyes look like he wears eyeliner. And he is just so funny. And he was around all the time and treated us like gold. And he was great until one day I'm like, dude, stop. Don't do that. And he's like, what? And I'm like, just stop. Calm down. Mellow out a little bit. And he took offense, and we haven't seen him since. He don't come around no more. And it's a shame because we loved Roger. Roger was amazing. He was funny. He made every video we had Roger in, it was fucking hilarious. It was great. He was funny as shit. And he'd do the most unexpected shit. It was like, I don't know. I miss Roger. I really do. You're back.
Yeah, well, when you got bladder cancer, it's something you don't argue with.
Oh, gotcha. Joby says, should put those funny shirts on, or aren't they fitting? Yeah, they're way too big on me now. They're all 3Xs. Hell, one of them's a 5X. I wear 2Xs now. And they're a little, look how baggy this shirt is on me. Suanne says, Roger totally changed his life. He is doing well. Really? You're still talking to him? Is he still with the same woman? Remember, she'd send over dishes for us? Roger showed up and said, my wife said you're going to have to try this. And we were like, oh my God, we love your wife, you know? Oh, that's good. He's still with the same woman. That's awesome. I'm glad he's doing well. I don't know why I got so offended over one time I sort of yelled at him. But, you know, we can get past it. If we were friends, we could have got past that. He didn't need to stop coming over. I miss Roger. We used to have the funny shirts on the back of our chairs, so if we got up, you read the saying, you know. Dominic says, Rich, do you know what bangers and mash are? Yeah, they're food that we don't get here in America. That's good to hear, Sue-Ann. Tell them we miss them here at OFR. You know, Roger is one of those people that are like the life of the party type thing, and then, you know, they get out of hand sometimes, and I just capped him. I'm like, dude, mellow, you know, calm down. What are you talking about? It's just a little much right now. Just calm down. I was hungover, fucking, you know, and he took it all weird, I guess. I don't know. I wish he was still around. I miss the little guy. You know, but I'm a big presence in people's lives, and you know, he looked up to me, and then I yelled at him, so he got really hurt. I mean, I get it, but I didn't really yell at him. I kind of, you know, made him feel bad for a minute. I didn't mean to. I just wanted him to calm down with his shit right now. We're hungover. We don't. It's calm, mellow. You know, he wasn't matching the mood of the room. Temp Charge says, first time we were there, we stayed up all night hanging out with Eyeliner. After hanging out with him all day and his shenanigans, we had so much fun. I think that was the time he was in the pond in the front of the front end loader, not the front end loader, the mini excavator. He was in the bucket. We kept dipping him in the pond, and he was pulling all the plants. That was oh, we had so much fun that day. And then, you know, Depth Charge, you and Sue-Ann were here when Ricky and Maritza were here, and we had one of the funnest weekends we've ever had here. And then, you know, since they came back, they've come back a couple times since you were here, and it was never the same. It was never the same. We never captured that same thing again. But we got a lot of work done. Ricky's a hell of a man, you know. So, oh, you know what? I noticed this is the end of May. June's coming. And I think it's like June 10th or something is the yard sale, June 6th. And is it tomorrow or the next day is going to be June 1st? So we're talking a week away before you guys are coming. Bob the Piercer says, how's it going, Big Rich? Who are you talking about? We just got here. This is Roger. His name is Roger, and he's the one the whole shirt got said, you know, shut up, Roger, because he was just so over the top all the time, and everybody would just be like, shut up, Roger, you know, nonstop. And you know, the shirt was made for him, and he was great. He was always here. He was always having fun. We had a blast with him here. Oh, Bellstar remembers him pulling the weeds in the excavator. Oh my God, he made everybody laugh so much. I miss that little guy. Taylor, is there a video of this, Roger? Yeah, there was a bunch of them, but back in the day, I think 4 years ago, maybe something like that. I don't know. I think Roger is one of the OGs from OFR and should never have left. He got his feelings hurt, I think, is what happened, and that's it. But I think he was one of the OGs of OFR, and he should have been around. You know, we got Sue-Ann Debcharge, Roger, and then who else we can put in that category? The OGs, the guys from way back. Bob the Piercer, is he like the old Jerry? Well, he never lived here, but he was always here. Bob Taylor says, links, please, someone. Lori, she's one of the OGs, of course. There's many more. I'm just not pulling names right now. Oh, Tease says, whatever happened to the person shall not be named, and Sue-Ann had deleted it, but I read it. It's okay, LO. Here's the problem. That dude turned on us, did some evil shit here, and, you know, I had to throw him out of here. I mean, physically throw him out of here. And he caused some evil stuff. He sent pictures and said, look what OFR does of something he did himself here. And the reason I threw him out, he killed over 64 fish. And I threw him, I'm like, dude, I didn't even throw him out. I was yelling at him. And he was crying and, you know, this and that and blah, blah, blah. And, you know, he says, I'm fucking leaving, blah, blah, blah. So leave, go ahead. And then he turned around and took pictures of the fish that he killed and sent them to like 90 different people saying, look what OFR does. No, this ain't what OFR does. This is what you did. And the reason you're not here now. You know what I'm saying? Let me explain it real quick. We went on the 365 koi rescue. You can look that up and see the whole rescue. We were there 16 hours. It was horrible. It was a long day. And we filled up 2,000-gallon tubs, and my trailer sat down on its tires. It's 2 o'clock in the morning, and we're getting ready to go home, and we can't move the trailer. So the guy happened to have a very good trailer, like a car trailer, all aluminum, very nice. And what he did was he winched our trailer, dragging these 2,000-gallon tanks up onto his trailer, and he drove an hour. Loren says, feed Big Rich to them. It's an overkill. Okay, I don't know what you're saying, but anyways, let me finish the story. He drove the homeowner that we just rescued the 365 koi from. We brought, and that's where we met Phil. And Phil's been a forever friend since. Phil was just over the other day. Phil's great. So Jerry was there, Hoover was there, Phil was there, me. Was it Tracy? I don't remember if Tracy was there or not. But we got this whole koi rescue done. Yeah, I think Tracy was there. That was 6 years ago. Yeah, because Jerry never met. Oh, no, Jerry did meet Hoover. And it happened while Jerry was here. Yes, that's correct. Okay. So now here we drive home. We get home about 3:30 in the morning. We get the trailer off. 3 o'clock in the morning. We get the trailer off, and now it's in my driveway, and it can't move anywhere. I instantly, because they started a generator for air, and on this hour drive home, the generator ran for 10 minutes and shut off because they never turned the gas on. So this whole ride home, they had no air. So when we get home here, all the fish are at the top of all of this stuff, and they're gasping for air. That's what all the fish were doing. So I'm like, oh my God, I went into medical mode. Oh shit. I go inside, I put a big pump inside the pool. I got a 2-inch hose coming out. I got a 2-inch hose in the tub. I'm draining water out as I'm pumping water in, and I keep switching from tub to tub. Well, Hoover goes to sleep immediately. Him and Jerry, they leave and they go to sleep. Now I'm left all night, and at 7 o'clock in the morning, my nurse leaves. I'm still all night long. I'm doing one tank. I'm doing the other tank. When one goes down, I switch over the hose to that one to fill it up. I switch over the suction hose to that one to drain it out. And I'm putting fresh water in these fish all night long. There was 4 lost, but it wasn't because of water. It was because it was pitch black. I have no lights out here, and they had jumped out and onto the grass, and I didn't see them. So when morning came, I've been awake all night after our 16 hours of working. I stay awake the rest of the night, keeping the fish alive. And then the nurse leaves at 7. Now I got to watch Tracy. I got to come out here. I got to have Tracy on the little, iPad. And then, back and forth. I'm doing this and that. At 10 o'clock, Hoover wakes up, and Jerry tells him, you better get out there. Rich has been up all night taking care of these fish. Hoover comes out there, and I go, oh, my God, thank God. Hoover, I'm filling this one. I'm draining that one. Just watch it for 10 minutes. I have to go to the bathroom. I go in. I go to the bathroom. I take care of Tracy. It's been 15 minutes. I come back outside. The one tub is completely empty, and all the fish are going, and the other tub is overflowing. I'm like, what the fuck? I take the hose, I put it in the other tank, blah, 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 and I'm trying to rescue all these fish now that I've kept alive all night long because I didn't go to sleep. Now, I get this one full, I'm draining it out, but the water's nasty. There's some dead ones in there. I do this, I start taking dead ones out, and I put them in garbage cans. 3 different garbage cans, about 2 foot tall, of big koi. To say I was pissed is an understatement of the fucking year. What the fuck happened to Hoover? Jerry says, I seen him. He goes, dude, I'm just going back to bed. I ain't ready for this shit. And the son of a bitch turned around and went back to sleep after I asked him to give me 15 minutes. He walked away and let the fish die. I come outside, and there's like this thick of fish in a empty tub, and they're all gasping. Well, by the time it was over with, and I kept on getting fresh water and doing this, it's about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and there were 60 dead fish. 3 different garbage cans full about this much of dead fish. Hoover comes out, and he started taking pictures of the fish. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Why would you walk away? You killed these fish. I'm yelling at him. Like, you little son of a bitch. You care about yourself more than you care about the life of anything. I can't kill anything. I care about it. I've been up all night. I haven't even gone to sleep yet. And you've been to sleep twice, you motherfucker. I was yelling at him. I was so pissed off at him. He starts crying and goes inside and gets his stuff and starts grabbing it. And he's moving out. He goes out front. And he's sitting out front. I was so pissed at this dude. And now I'm like, okay, he's going to realize he's in the wrong. Blah, blah, blah. No. For the next week, I had to deal with people sending me pictures. Dude, this is what this guy's saying, that you killed all these fish. What? Oh my God, I wanted to kill. I told the public, if I ever catch Hoover, I am going to beat the shit out of him. Because not only did he kill all the fish, then he tried blaming me for it and turning my good reputation into a bad reputation. That was uncalled for. You could take what you did wrong and say you're sorry, and we can get past it. But to turn around and turn on me and say it's all my fault and try and get me to have my business closed down because I'm an asshole, because you're mad at me for yelling at you. You fucking killed 64 fish under my watch. I'm not happy with that. You should take your yelling at like a man. You caused this. You did this. I asked you. You said fine. I went in and you went to sleep. You didn't care. You cared about yourself. You cared about just going to sleep. When you just had hours of sleep. I haven't even gone to sleep yet from the rescue. He lived here for 2 years. I paid for everything. So, you know, I don't know. I if I ever see him, I'm going to smack him around. That's all there is to it. That's period. He's a piece of shit. He only cares about himself, and that's why I call him a piece of shit, because I'm giving up sleep, I'm giving up time, I'm doing everything to save the fish, and I ask for 15 minutes, and you can't give me that after you went to sleep. You go back to sleep because you're groggy. How the fuck do you think I feel? You know, I've been up all night since I worked the 16 hours with you, and then I didn't go to sleep all night. And now my nurse is gone. I have to watch Tracy and the fish, and I'm running back and forth crazy. Even Jerry said, Hoover, you need to go out there and help Rich. He's running crazy, you know? And then he pulls that shit, and he wants everyone else to be, you know, mad at me. Fuck him. You know, what a piece of shit. This is why we don't say his name no more, because it gets me going. You know, that's why your question got deleted, because everyone knows, don't talk about that dude. You know what I'm saying? All because he wanted to go back to sleep. Clearly better off without him. That's for sure. And he was a slob, Nate. Completely worthless. Pretty much. But he did do some work around here, you know? That LOTs says, oh, it jumped again. Let me get back to this. Yeah, I think back then you were running on an hour of sleep per week, but at least I knew not to talk about him now. Oh, got you. Yeah. Airtime says, you know how to pick them, huh? Well, you know, I give everybody a chance. And you know what? He was around for 2 years, and, you know, free rent, free food. I mean, that dude ate. I had to make food every day. Otherwise, he'd be, you know, belly aching. He ate. Daily Bread says, I remember you buying Hoover candy and stuff for his birthday. That's cold. I never knew he did that. This is why we didn't talk about it. I didn't want to talk about it. I was just like, you know, he's gone. Don't bring him up. He's the person we shall remain unnamed, you know? So, yeah, he was a piece of shit. To do that to me after everything I've done for him, just because he's mad at me. If somebody's mad at you and can turn on you, they were never your friend. They were never your friend. I can get mad at my friends and be like, dude, what you did was wrong. I think you owe me an apology. You know what I'm saying? And if you don't want to apologize, okay, that's your prerogative. That's fine. I still think what you did was wrong, and, you know, blah, 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 and I'll try and explain it to him. But, okay, we'll go on. And you don't turn on each other and then say, you know, oh, he did this, he did that, blah. To the public, you're ruining my reputation. I didn't kill those fish. Hoover did. You know what I'm saying? And it was because of his laziness. And this is why I tell everybody, it ain't money is the root of all evil. It is selfishness. You know, I give up on myself. Just like this last week. My nurse didn't show up. I'm out there because these roofer guys gave me a cheap price for the roofing. I'm out there. I said I'll help as much as I can. You know, I helped him unload all this roofing to the front. That's something they should do themselves. No, I went out there and I helped all day long. And not to mention, I brought my four-wheeler and my trailer. He didn't have to carry it to the front. We didn't have to put it in the trailer himself. I helped him load it up. I helped him put it on the trailer for, you know, that whole day. And then I told them I'd help them rip off the roofing the next day because we're going down to bare, you know, beams. And I wasn't able to because the nurse didn't show up. So now I have to watch Tracy. Breakfast, lunch, dinner, changing, you know, water afterwards, chase after water, you know, all this stuff. And the problem was they were working on the deck and they kept knocking on the door. But every time I'd open the door, I'm smelling nothing but weed and cigarettes. I have to close the door right away because Tracy's in here on a trach. I can't have all them smells in here. You know what I'm saying? So I'd go outside and I'd walk around outside, this and that, you know. Of course, you know, they're asking for water. I'm going to get you water. I have, you know, that's just a decent thing to do. Here's some ice, here's some water, blah, blah, blah. but they didn't understand that I can't have them smells in this house. You know, Tracy's on a ventilator, a suction machine, a trach, and you know, oxygen. You can't have weed and cigarette smoke in there, you know. So, anyways, oh yeah, Raheem said he also killed the saltwater fish. I forgot about that, but I forgave him for that. But you know, when you do this, I could have forgiven him too if he felt sorry. You know, if okay, look, guys, this is a life lesson I've learned over my 60-some years of life. Anything can be worked through with enough effort. Okay, you can fix any marriage with enough effort. You can fix any friendship with enough effort. If there's no effort there, it's never going to get fixed. Who else? Someone else going to step in and fix it? No, you need to. And if there's feelings on both sides where I don't want to talk to them, I don't want to talk to them, it'll never get fixed. People have to show caring and effort, and they can fix anything. You know, I can fix anything. This is why I thought I could fix Skylar. I will show more effort, more effort, more effort. Okay, this is taxing on me, but I'll show more effort. I'm going to fix this. I'm going to fix this, you know. And if somebody cares, they will put forth the effort. That's all there's to it. Hoover cared about himself and how much sleep he was getting. I worked 16 hours. I deserve 10 hours sleep. Okay, fine. Sure, you do. But when I ask you to watch, you know, these fish for 15 minutes, let me go to the bathroom. I haven't gone to sleep in that 10 hours that you did, you know, or it was like 3 o'clock in the morning until 10 o'clock. What's that? 3 to 6 is 3 hours. So 6 to 12 is, you know, 9 hours. So maybe he slept for 8 hours. I didn't get that 8 hours you got. I'm asking you to let me go to the bathroom. You could have sat there and watched these fish and changed the hoses while I went to the bathroom. But then I checked on Tracy. And then I come back out and all these fish are dying and dead. I was so fucking pissed off. I mean, that's so lazy of you to tell Jerry, fuck this, I'm going back to sleep. What the fuck do you think the altercations of your actions are going to be? These fish are going to die. Why didn't you come in and say, Ray Rich, I can't watch him no more? I would have stopped, you know, doing what I'm doing, and I'd have came out, and I'd ran back in, take care of it, I'd have ran back out. You know what I'm saying? To care about yourself so much that you don't give a shit if another thing on this planet dies. You know what I'm saying? You're pretty fucking pitiful, you know? I don't know. Okay. But that's why we don't talk about him no more. T says it's probably a blessing in itself that he didn't want to man up and own what he did. You know what? He tried since, but I wasn't having it. You sent these pictures to, like, you know, I don't know, 30 to 90 people and said, look what OFR does to the fish. That is against everything I stand for. I don't even kill flies. I open the door and shush them out. You know what I'm saying? I don't kill nothing. Because of the way my father was. He killed everything. He hunter and this and that. And it just killed me, you know what I'm saying? You don't even want to hear the stories I have about my father and how it's made me a, you know, animal lover. But anyways, he went against everything I stood for and then turned around and tried blaming me for it. And I'm having to defend myself against all these people who are like, oh my God, look what Hoover sent me. Why would you do this? What? I didn't do that. You know, now it's my word against Hoover's word because they don't know what really happened. You know? Oh my God. It wasn't until, you know, Jerry come on and said, you know, what happened and this and that and all this. And people didn't believe me at first. You know? And I'm like, I'm telling you why I'm so fucking pissed. This is what he did. You know what I'm saying? Bob Taylor says was also on the phone. I don't know what that means, but All I know is I try and help every living creature, period. And if I have to give up my own sleep, what the fuck? So what? You'll catch up on sleep another day. Do you have to go all night without sleep? Sure. I will catch up. I mean, I do it 3 nights a week. I work 16 hours after working with community service. I have to watch Tracy all night. And I will never go to sleep on Tracy again. I went to sleep on her once. And the nurse came here at 7 o'clock. I guess I fell asleep around 5 or 6 or something. And, you know, Tracy was in a fetal position and her bib had worked off because her neck's down and it came off. So all of her, everything she coughed up was all over her. She was slimy. She was messy. And I will never feel that low again in my life. I can do better than that. You know what I'm saying? I will stay awake. I will never go to sleep if I'm watching Tracy. So 3 nights a week, I watch her 16 hours from 3 o'clock when the nurse leaves until, 7 in the morning. But every day I get up from 8 o'clock and till noon I sleep, and I get up at noon and I work till 3 o'clock with the community service. But the community service is still here until like 5, 6 o'clock at night. So I'm still working with them, but I'm watching Tracy too at the same time, So, somebody else tells me they need sleep after, 8 hours of sleep. Suck my ass. You get up off your lazy ass, as long as, Hoover had food, snacks. He always had Twinkies and Hostess and Ho-Hos and King Dongs and all that shit. I mean, he was nonstop eating. This is why he was Hoover. We called him Hoover, He was a fat little round thing. And, I try so hard to help everybody. And, to have somebody turn on you like that and make you out to be, not only make you out to be the bad guy, but turn on you and turn your whole business and then try and take your business down. We're gonna tarnish your reputation. I'm gonna tell everybody you did this because I yelled at him. Oh my God, what a piece of shit. Yeah, Harley Jim's right. Hoover was an old friend, down and out, asked me for help. I gave him a place to stay for 2 years and fed him. He didn't pay one lick of rent. He didn't pay nothing. He just helped me on rescues, helped me around the house. And he decided that was too much, that he wanted to sleep. Fuck them fish. That was his attitude. And he did it. And then, killed these fish. And now I'm all upset about it. And now he goes and tells everybody that I did it. Oh my God. This is not, anybody that knows me knows, I rescue everything, anything living. I will not let it die. Even a damn dog that bites you. I found it at home. I do everything I can to help everything. And any of my friends, they all get help. They I can tell after so much help, you're just using me, so I stopped giving help. I don't know. Oh, shit. Cuddle Bear. Nice name. Goes, aw, don't cry now. You need a mixed drink, Rich. See, now that's kind of friendship right there we need. People helping people. I do have a mixed drink. Thank you for bringing the gravity of the situation up. Thank you. That made me laugh. Summer Lee says Jerry was definitely around when Hoover was. So it was in the last 4 years. Dominic says, Rich, what's your favorite brand of motorbike? Well, Harley Davidson, of course. If you're talking dirt bike, it would have to be the 2-stroke Honda. I've had Suzuki RM 250s, 125s. I've had KDX. I've had Kawasaki. I loved Yamaha for a long time, was my favorite. But once I went, Honda and the Ricky Carmichael bikes, loved them. And they're so smooth and controllable that I still have right now a 2003 CR250 2-stroke in my garage that I bought brand new out of a factory. And it's still got the original tires with nubs still on them. That's how little I rode it. But when I do ride it, my brother Junior, he was like, look, Rich came out with his dirt bike. Look, watch this guy. Watch him. And, you know, I took off across the field and they were standing up on this hillside. And he goes, watch him. He's going to do a 5-gear wheelie. But see, people say they do a 5-gear wheelie. And, you know, a lot of people work on balance. You go, ring, yin, 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 shift through the gears and hold it up. That's not a 5-gear wheelie. A 5-gear wheelie shows how much power you actually have. So I take off on the CR250, and of course it's going to come up in first gear, second, and third. You know, ring, yin, and you set it down, you shift to second. Ring, and then you set it down, you shift to third, and it comes back up. I got to 5th gear, and when I hit out of 4th, I set it down. I'm probably doing 50 miles an hour at the time. I hit down, my forks compressed. As they're uncompressing, I'm coming back up. I shift to 5th and punch it, and I came up in a 5th gear wheelie and held it for like, I don't know, 1/8 of a mile. And my little brother was so proud. He's like, look at this dude, watch it, look. And I'll never forget that. And that's the same bike that I have out in the garage. That's a CR250 that will come up in all 5 gears on its own power. And I have not modified it. It doesn't even have a pipe on it. It has a factory pipe. It has the factory tires from 2003. It's an amazing bike. All right, let me catch up to this. Any update on the koi eggs hatching? Yes, a lot of hatched. Hang on a second. Oh, I got messages from Sue Ann. Let me message because she's a mod. Oh my God. She sent me things. A man lived in a Coleman, was conscious the entire time. I'm going to have to check that out. But her other one is, oh, it's the Roger video. Says probably one of the funniest moments I had at OFR. I miss Eyeliner. He was a blast. Shut up, Roger, and don't shut the door on the live stream. Damn it. P.S. Roger, I'm glad you and your family are doing well. Keep climbing that ladder, buddy. And there's Roger in the back pond pulling the weeds as I'm running the excavator, the mini excavator, and got him on there. And we ended up dunking him in the water. I don't know how many times that day. It was hilarious. So Sue Ann found that. Sue Ann, can you put the link on here so people can see it? Okay, let me get back to the things. The update on the koi hatching. Yes, we had a bunch hatch. Where is everyone? Canadian fish guy, West Virginia. Okay. Raheem says the summer is too hot in India. Matt Wynn says, funny you said Ricky. I had a good friend that used to run hair scrambles. He talked about when Ricky was starting out as a kid running against the big boys. Oh, you're talking about Ricky Carmichael. Yeah. Amazing. I've got the Ricky Carmichael edition CR250 out in the garage. Doopy says, I wonder how that looks like now, Big Rich doing a wheelie. I'll tell you what, I'll do it in 3 gears. I won't go to 5 no more, because if you fall at 60 miles an hour and the power band kicks in and you fall off the back, you bouncing, and I don't have it in me to bounce like that no more. Sue Ann says, I can't figure it out. You sent me the link. Copy that link and post it in here. That's all. Okay. One of the Silent Boys says, if I may, a question about air stones. Please, do they just get clogged because I can't seem to clean them well enough before replacing them more than annually? No. Once they get plugged, there's really nothing you can do. Put it, buy new ones. They're cheap enough, but you have to replace them all the time. I've tried them little sponge like white ones that are only a 1/4 inch wide down in the tubes of the undergravel filters. They work great until they plug up. All my airlines plug up, and what I have to do is what I'll do is, like, I've got an 8-foot tank, 1,000-gallon tank with an airline across the whole back wall. I'll take an what do you call them? You turn them on in your garage and you blow your air tanks up with air pressure, shit. Not an air tank, an air compressor. I'll take an air compressor and I'll blow into the hose and all kinds of air will come out. And I'll let it go and let the water sweep back in. And when water comes out the end, I'll put the air compressor back on there and blow, and then it presses water through and it cleans out the airlines. Well, my air hoses, my air bubble walls are made out of a 3/8 inch hard line, and they're easier to clean than actual air stones. I mark them off for 1 inch all the way down, and then I take a pair of not channel locks, vice grips, and I'll put a needle on there and I'll get it red hot and I'll poke it through every inch all the way down. So that's why it's easy for me to clean them. Water rushing in, air pushing the water out and the air out. Water rushing in, and I can clean mine, but I can't do that to an air stone. They plug up, and that's it. You're done. You have to replace them. I'm sorry, I can't give you no secret, ancient Chinese secret to fix things, like soak it in vinegar for 3 days and it'll be like new. I'm sorry, I can't give you something like that. I haven't figured it out. I haven't done it. I buy new ones because they're so cheap. Bob Taylor says, how about the fry from those big dovi? I can't see that. I can't even see the babies. I'm just hearing, like, Phil came over and said, oh my God, there's a million babies in here. I can't see any of them. I even tried zooming in on my phone and still can't see them. So I don't know, because Josh said they ate all their fry, and then 2 days later he says, no, there's still some fry in the rocks, blah, blah, blah. So I don't know. I haven't seen anything. I'll have to ask Josh tomorrow about the dovi. But that's all I can do. Oh, and back to Matt Wins. No. Doompy says, I wonder how it looks like now, Big Rich doing a wheelie. Last summer, I was out wheeling that dirt bike. Richie came over and took the dirt bike for a while, and he brought it back, and, I got it to where it starts first kick every time. And for anybody that knows, a two-stroke dirt bike is hard to start. I use a special kind of oil, and they start so easy, and it's so easy, and they're so much more radical, more response, more everything. And that power band kicks in harder with this oil. It's called Super Technoplate oil. I used to use the two-stroke oil from Home Depot because it's $1 a can. You put 1 can into 5 gallons, you're good. No, I now use a capful to 3 gallons, and it runs so clean. Your spark plug never gets fouled. Your bike runs so much better. You guys got it now. It's $50 for a gallon of it, but you use so much less, and it makes your bike run so clean. And it's like a raped ape. I mean, this bike just wakes up compared to the dirty oils you're putting in there and clogging out your spark plugs, and it won't start. I get on my 250 and first, okay, if I go out there right now, hasn't ran since last summer, maybe 3 kicks, but the rest of the summer, 1 kick, it'll start right up, and I can do it with my hand. As long as I get enough pressure, I can start it with my hand, and it starts up, and that's the Super Technoplate oil mixed in as the 2-stroke oil. It's so good. I mean, I have figured out things over the years, Jerry says, yes, I was here with him and before Skylar. I had my own problems with him. Yeah, Jerry had problems with him. Jerry had my back. Okay, Jerry is a good guy, and he had my back. So he argued with Hoover a little bit, and he argued with Skyler. You know, but out of the two, I guarantee Jerry don't like Skyler more. Oh, Sue Ann put out the link because Bob Taylor says, thank you, Sue Ann. I'm watching it now. Summer Lee says, is there still a collab coming with Garcia and OFR? If Garcia ever, you know, shows up, Jesus Christ. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Yeah, he's supposed to come out here, yeah, of course. Actually, I think it's this week or the next week. Brett Raymer's going to be here, and then Sue Ann and Deb Charge are going to be here. I mean, everything's coming up real close. So I'm trying to get this roof built and done everything. This house cleaned up. Oh my God, we got so much stuff happening. It's like overwhelming. But when Sue Ann and Steve comes here, we might be able to take the boat out for the day or something. I think we did that before, didn't we, Sue Ann? Oh, if it's members only, let me know, guys, and I'll open it up. Garcia Aquatics is member for 1 month. There's a start. You know, Sue Ann's been member for like, what was that? 36? No, 60 months. Over 5 years. 60 something. So yeah, Garcia's been a member. Now he's supposed to come out here and we'll do collabs when he's here. Maybe I'll even let him go swimming with the fishes. Nate says, what's the date Forrest is showing up? Well, we've had so much stuff. When Josh tells Forrest that we're ready, he's ready to come out. So Josh is trying to get a lot of projects done, like the window in the 4,000, get the 4,000 up and running, get the sump taken care of and all that. And then we're going to call Forrest out. So, I don't know. I can't tell you. All I can do is take one day at a time, look at my list to do, see what I can get off of that today. Oh, we got 6 people. We can do this, 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 and this. Okay, that comes up here and we do that for the day. Oh, we got 2 ladies. Well, I can do this or this or this. And we bring them up and we do that. I'm trying to get through this list to do, but more shit comes up like this whole deck thing. Yes, it was leaking. Let's patch it. Let's get it replaced. $5,000. We get down to the hole and we see the hole's so huge. And then there's other rotten wood. Oh my God. Now we got to put another $5,000 out and replace the whole thing. We didn't ask for that. We didn't want that. You know what I'm saying? It's just it's one thing after another for these last 2 months. But yeah, Brett Raymer will be coming soon. Garcia can come anytime he wants. Forrest Galanti will be coming after we finish the sump. Jennifer Templar says, still saying my husband can come and stay. You don't want your husband living with you no more? You can stay here? Is that what you're saying? Garcia Aquatic says, Garcia is not swimming with the fishes. That don't mean I'm going to kill you, buddy. It just means you can swim with the fishes. It's taken on a new meaning now. It used to mean you're going to be buried in cement. Okay, that's swimming with the fishes. Oh shit, it just jumped a bunch. Oh, Sue Ann says, I am bringing back those nasty asses, by the way. What the hell does that mean, Sue Ann? Summerlee says, come on, Garcia, get pics of the goonch. Get pics of you kissing the goonch. There you go, in his natural habitat. Rick's here. Rick, you should watch the whole thing because I talked about you earlier. He says, how's it going, Big Rich? You're on kind of late. We made it home good. That's great. Rick, we were talking about you, and I told everybody about how hard you worked, and you were a great friend, and you did so much, and you worked, you know, you hurt your back. You know, I couldn't have gotten everything done I got done that week without you. You busted your ass, and I can't ask for a better friend. You were awesome. And, you know, that's what I said earlier, too. So just letting you know. Oh, it jumped again. All right. Garcia Clark says, Big Rich, I know I'm originally from New York. I know that meaning, but I know you won't do that because you agree. He means I won't bury him in cement. I'm still going to make you swim with the fishes, Garcia. Don't make me use your real name, okay? Oh, that's funny. Yeah, glad you made it all home safe. So yeah, out of all the people that have come here, nobody's worked harder than Ricky. I couldn't ask for a better friend. He is amazing. He worked his ass off the whole. I think they were here 5 days. He worked every day. He worked his ass off. I mean, yeah, his wife cooked and all that and blah blah blah, but he worked hard. I mean, he busted his ass. We got a lot done because he was here. Oh, he says the bearded dragon's doing really good. That's awesome. I gave him the bearded dragon we had here, and they went to the pet store and spent a lot of money on supplies for him. So I'm glad it's working out for you. You keep holding him like you were, and you know he'll open up and he'll be just easy to handle all the time. I mean, look at Reaper's. Reaper handles his all the time, and you know he never runs from him or nothing. They make great pets. Harley Jim says, happy the bearded dragon got a good home. Thanks for all your help at all far, Rick. Yeah, he got a good home, and they went and spent. I mean, if he'd have asked me, I'd have gave him a tank, but he wanted one like mine, and he went up to the pet store and he spent, I think, $300-400 to give him I mean, that's how serious he was about giving him a good home. He got him a good cage and everything. So, yeah, I'm glad that's working out for you, Rick. That's why I gave it to you. You know, you helped out. You were caring. You know, I can't ask for more than that. Now, of course, you can have the bearded dragon. Sue Ann just don't want to stop using your real name. What the hell? Summerlee says, thank you for giving Satu your business too. Aw. See, this is why when I get these comments of these Karens bitching at me, I'm like, go ahead and unsubscribe. I really don't care. If you guys see the video of today, one of my replies was like, I don't care. You want to threaten me with unsubscribing? Go ahead, because I surround myself with good people. And, you know, I like to have good people around. And then you come in complaining about this or that and threatening me that you're going to unsubscribe. Go ahead and unsubscribe. I really don't care. You do yourself a favor. Don't watch us no more. You're the one missing out. Rick says, I went from RMS and bought 3 bucktooth tetras. Oh, you went to RMS and you bought 3 bucktooth tetras. I didn't even know that. They were in your car that whole time? Holy shit. And then you had all that drive home? Did they make it? Well, okay, while we're waiting for that answer, hey, Rick, why don't you text me your number? I want to talk to you. I can call you on like, you know, Messenger, but I'd rather have your number. Oh, he says he bought them on the way home. Stop there. Yeah, they made it. Piranha ate one of them. Oh my goodness, you put them in with piranha? Why would you do that? Harley Gem says, you have many great people here. We are honored to be part of it. See, that's the whole point. I surround myself with good people, and then you know, the negative Nancys, the Karens, they all show their asses. And then, so what if you unsubscribe? I really don't care. We're going to keep doing what we do, and you're going to miss out because you can't now, you know, see what we do because you were mad. Screw you, Karen. So, you know, you surround yourself with great people. You know, people bitch at me, you know. Yeah. Rick says, I'll have Marissa message you. Okay, thank you. So, you know, you have all these people that are willing to help and be friendly and this and that. And then you get somebody that's like, oh, I don't like the way, oh, like today. Somebody said something about, I don't, you know, I unsubscribed from you. This is the Karen I was talking about. I unsubscribed from you before, but then I came back. And now today you said something about how the men can come here and you know, work and the women can, you know, dust and mop and vacuum. I find that sexist and I don't like it. Okay, bye-bye. Go ahead and unsubscribe. Oh, she threatened to unsubscribe after that. That's the one I said, go ahead and unsubscribe. I surround myself with good people, and I really don't want you here. You're not going to be missed. You're going to be the one, you know, that's missing out because you can't see what's going on no more. So, you know, basically I told Karen to eat me because it's just, there was no reason for that. You know what I'm saying? I did say, because here's what happens. Hey, anybody who wants to help, come on. People show up with their wives and they end up sitting in a circle out there and talking and gabbing while the men help. This ain't sexist. This is how it happens. So this time, oh, hang on a second. Oh, okay, Garcia. This time I just said, look, if you guys all want to come here, you want to help out Sunday would be great. The more people we have, the faster we get it done. You know, my kids don't have time in their life to do this, and they're willing to do this. You know, if anybody can show up and help, that's great. If anybody, wives or girls that you don't think you can help or do anything, if you want to show up and just, you know, dust and vacuum, you know, this is all great. You know, this is, you can help, you know, and that's because there's so many people that's come here and their girlfriends sit around gabbing. They can actually help and do their part too, you know, just by dusting. You know, I haven't even started on the whole pool room that's covered, and you can write your name in the dust on top of every tank. They all need to be dusted. They all need all that dust taken off of them. The fronts up need cleaned. The carpet needs vacuumed. You know, that anybody can do. Even if you're, let's say you're 75 years old and you know, you can run this automatic vacuum. It's a Kirby. It has a transmission. You know, I'm not saying come here and work if you're 75. I'm just saying it's available. If you don't think you can, you know, lift the wood or something, you can help out another way. You know, another thing is, you know, maybe you can, you know, cook things for the guys working, whatever. I don't feel that that's sexist. I just know that 99% of the time, the women sit around and gab while the men work. Well, the women can actually put forth an effort now and do, you know, some things around here and help out too. If you want to, that's great. If you don't, that's great too. The more people here, the better. And I wasn't being sexist. You know, hey, a woman's place is in the kitchen. She should be, dusting and vacuuming. That wasn't what I said at all. But this girl took it as, oh, you're being sexist and I can't take it no more. Well, you know what? Go ahead and unsubscribe because I surround myself with good people and you're looking for a problem when there wasn't a problem. I'm offering even you can help or you can help or you can help, you know, blah, blah, blah. And that's all. Harley Jim says, sad when you put your life out there and people try and drag you down. We were supposed to encourage the see. That's what I stand behind. Help everybody. You know, if I could be like, you know, Bill and Ted's Wild Adventure, be good to each other. That's, you know, I try and be good to everybody, but there's people out there that are so just mean. I don't know. I don't care if they're in my life or not. So if you want to threaten to, you know, unsubscribe, please just unsubscribe. I don't need you in my life. Dominic says, Rich, wouldn't it be better? You know, see, okay, let me finish it. Returned when everybody had their specific roles in life. It was better. Okay. There are people out there to this day. There's women out there that say, I don't want to work. I want my man to go to work. I'll take care of the house. And that's the old school roles, right? There's other women. I can do everything a man can do. And I don't hold that against you. If you want to go out there and do that, that's fine. More power to you. And then there's people out there, you know, a man needs to buy me this because I am hot. I can do this and that. That's more power to you. I don't want that in my life. Go be, you know, go do your life. That's fine. I don't hold it against you. I just don't want it in my life. You know, go be whoever you want to be. I just want good people that want good things, or surrounded by me, you know, or surrounded by me surrounded by good people, you know. And you know what I learned this last week was that Rick's good people. He was definitely not feeling it, and he still helped out. That man put forth an effort, and I give him every bit of props. You know, he worked hard. Garcia says, Big Rich, Suanne, and Deb Charts know me well. Sam Scales knows me well. Yeah, well, you've been in part of the situation for a while, brother. Matt Wynn says, Rick, it's to the point you can't ever say the right thing anymore and please everyone. I say, screw it. You be you, brother. See, now that's how I'm living, because I used to try and please everybody. And, oh, don't be mad at me. I'll you know, this, that, but you know what? At this point, fuck it. If you want to make a problem out of nothing, I don't need you in my life. I have enough problems. You know what I'm saying? So whoever Karen was that said that, please unsubscribe. I don't care. It's okay. You're not hurting me in the least. Now, if she was here and like helping take care of Tracy and she goes, I don't want you to talk like that, I'd consider that, because, oh, now I'm hurting somebody that's actually doing good in life. I don't want to bother you. Okay, I can change the way. But just to come in out of the blue and say, I don't want you to talk like this and you're being sexist. Not being sexist. I'm telling you what happens here. This is what happens every time here. Doopy says, this is getting even more sexist. Fuck you, Doopy. You motherfucker. The official Man Shark says, we all know you're a good dude, Big Rich. Oh, thank you. Doopy says, I stay subscribed. Harley says, it's not about the roles. It's about for physically capable of getting done and staying positive about it. And not only that, let me emulate on that, Harley Jump. There are people out there, like nowadays, where the guys don't want to go to work and the girls want to be, you know, the breadwinner and this and that. And, you know, if it works for them, more power to them. I'm not putting down anybody, you know. You know, the old days, it was the man was the breadwinner, and that's how I feel. Let's say I get a girlfriend today. I feel I'm going to pay for everything. Every date I take you out, I'm paying for everything. I'm the man, you know. You are the girl. And, you know, if she's taking care of me, she cares about me, and she's feeding me, I'm going to do whatever it takes to get this girl ahead, because I feel loved by her. You know what I'm saying? And that may be a little bit sexist, but that's my values from when I grew up. And you got to know different now. Like when all them girls came here, I forget what they were for, but they were like all 21, 22, and they came here. They came here from some college or something, wanted to swim with the fish. And they came here and there was like, I don't know, 3 decent looking girls and like 5 girls that, shit, you're going to need a bunch of beer. You know what I'm saying? But either way, I treated them all respectfully. And then one of them said they didn't bring no bathing suits. So I'm like, well, we got a bunch of, bathing suits, this and that people have left here over the years. Let me go look. And I got the whole drawer out and I brought it to her. She pulls out a bathing suit that has a rebel flag on it and the bottoms. And she goes, really? I'm like, what do you mean, really? She goes, are you serious? I'm like, look, don't pull that dumb shit on me. In my day, the rebel flag symbolized and stood for just some good old boys having fun. You people are the ones that turned it into some offensive bullshit. And you're here at my house and I'm letting you swim in my pool. So don't pull that shit on me. And I walked away from her. You know what? That girl did not swim. Her girlfriends did. She sat on the couch being pissed. Not my problem. Just like the rainbow. I have nothing against gays. If you want to do what you do, that's fine. Don't force it on me or my family. And I'm fine with it. Go live your life. I'll live mine. I'm good. But you guys took the rainbow from us. The rainbow used to mean Skittles. It used to mean, happiness and this and that. And now you turned it into it's a gay pride thing. You stole it from us. I can't wear a rainbow shirt without being accused of being gay now. I used to love rainbows. They're colorful. They're pretty. You know what I'm saying? It's different now. I don't get it. It's because the younger crowd assesses what they believe, and then now they want to make us all pay for it. You know what? That's your own mentality. That's your own problem. That ain't my problem. I like a rainbow. Fuck. I just don't get where this world has gone wrong to where we have to believe what you believe. You know what I'm saying? My neighbor back in the other days had a garden. And should I be mad at him because he's not buying from the produce in the store and, emphasizing this? No, let the man be. He wants to grow from his garden. Let him eat from his garden. He believes it's it. That's it. Hey, how you doing, neighbor? Oh, your garden's looking great. I don't have a garden. I have, hot rods and pools. You know what I'm saying? Who's to say that my life is any better than his life? His life is probably better than my life. Who are these younger people trying to force you to believe what they believe? That pisses me off. I'm sorry. I shouldn't even be talking about this, but whatever. Look at you people getting me drunk and saying shit. Deb Charge even believes it. Just some good old boys. Never meaning no harm. Oh, Nate says, preach, Rich, preach. Doomby says, the rainbow is supposed to be for everyone, like all people. Yeah. Oh, my God. Lars Bremen. Fuck off. He goes, Big Rich with rainbow t-shirt on with purple or green hair. Imagine that. I am not one of those people. I don't believe what they believe. I'm just saying, if I want to hang a pretty rainbow flag out front of my house because it's pretty, that don't mean I'm gay. How did the rainbow now mean everybody's gay? I don't get it. Harley Jem says, watching Dukes of Hazzard with my 18-year-old, he loves it, but realizes it would not pass nowadays. It won't. But I don't get that because they never meant no harm. They were just good old boys. The law didn't like them. They might not catch them. You know what I'm saying? So I says, you don't have a garden now, but you should have a greenhouse. I've wanted one for a while because my dad has a garden and I love his garden. I just don't have the extra time to take on a garden and taking care of it. You know what I'm saying? Bram Joe, but $5 says miss the rainbow. I'm right there with you. Rainbow, when I grew up, was like, oh my God, look, there's a rainbow. And then it meant a pot of gold at the end, and everyone's searching for the rainbow. And then we had Skittles. It was all good. Now, you suck a dick. It just, that don't, you know, it's. LEOT says Rich will be dying his mullet pink and blue next. Hell no. You stop your shit. Oh, Rick said that was me that called you. Okay, Rick, when I'm done with the live stream, I'll call you back, buddy. All right. Anything else? I went an hour past. Now it's 10 minutes past an hour past. Anything else you guys want to talk about? Anything we can get into? I'll stay. Holly Gem says, now this breaks it down. Rainbow flags just mean you support their choice to be whatever you want. Not really. Because rainbow flags now mean you have to be aligned with them or they hate you. You know what I'm saying? And I don't care who anybody else is, what they do. Go suck a dick and go eat some poontang. I don't care. That's your life. Don't force it on me. And now my precious rainbow don't mean what it used to mean. Neither does the Southern flag. You know, I don't know. All I know is I want to live my life and live to be the best person that I can be and hang out with my friends and everybody else that's good. And I get interjected with all this negativity all the time. Yes. Pumpkin says, just forcing their ideals on us, making it hard to live. Exactly. That's exactly what it is. Deb Chart says, I support them. Yeah, like I say, they can do what they want. That's fine. You know, lick a dog's ass. I don't care. That's your life. You know, suck a dick. Eat some poontang. I don't care. Whatever you want, that's your life. Don't force it on me. But you people took our flag from us. And you know, I don't know. Dominic says, he sums it up. Yeah, Rich, now there's no gold at the end of the rainbow. That is awesome. That's funny. Summerlee says, Rich is going to forget you called him Rick. Send him a text to remind him. No, I'm not drunk. I'm good. I remember Rick called. And that was the last number, so it's 440 number, I think. Let me look. No, it's an 815 number. Right above Jerry. I'll call him back. Don't worry. Riley Gem says, I just live and do what I believe in and just say fuck you to anyone else who bitches. That was basically my whole point on the lady today that said I'm sexist. I'm not sexist. I don't believe a woman, spot is in the kitchen or whatever. It takes two people. So if she's better at the bills, why should this guy that is not good at the bills do the bills? She should do the bills. He's better at going to work. Why should she go to work? Oh, okay, she wants to go to work. Okay, let them both go to work. More money. That's great. She's handling the bills. That's great. He's better at watching the kids. Let him watch the kids. I don't care whose role is whose. All I care about is work it out, guys. Do it. Do it your way. That's fine. I tried with Tracy. She destroyed our bills. I tried with Tracy. She didn't raise the kids good. I had to be the one to bestow morals and ethics into the kids. I was the one faithful. She was the one that left. This and that. And I'm not putting down Tracy at all. Please don't think that. We just figured out where our roles were. You know what I'm saying? And at the end, it turned out, just help me do what I do I'll get us ahead, blah, blah, blah. Because at first it felt like I'm the one climbing this mountain, dragging my kids, and then Tracy's holding my arm and pulling me back. It's what it felt like when we first got married. After she ended up homeless and I took her back in here with conditions, I want my children to have a good mother. They deserve that. You need to become a good mother. You know, and you know, all this and that, and getting back to, oh, hell no, I'll never get back together. I hate you. You know, this and that. For like 10 years, she lived with this, and she did what I said, you know, watch Little House on the Prairie, become Laura Ingalls, watch anybody else's, you know, anybody you see that is parenting good and you think they're parenting good, take on their actions, take on, you know, become who you want to be, you know. And then I had to teach her about, you know, morals and ethics and you know, goodness and over evil and all this. And then the next 20 years, all she wanted to do was remarry me. And I was like, no, fuck that, you know. But now looking back, I should have given her the chance. And seeing the letters she wrote after she died, oh my God, I should have. All she wanted was to be remarried to me. You know, it's been, and I look back, it's been 20 years. She's never touched another person. Or another guy, you know, she's never faltered. I should have. This is, she has somebody that takes care of her. She has somebody that loves her. She has somebody that will never stop taking care of her. She deserved that. She put up with evilness and hatred for me for at least 10 years, you know. She became such a good person, and she loved my morals and ethics. She loved it. She took them on, and she became what I said, you know. Help everybody out. Be a good person. Be proud of yourself. You know, do for others. Forget, you know, remember I told you, it is not money is the root of all, it's selfishness. I make all my decisions based on the betterment of everybody involved, not me. You know what I'm saying? I grew up and my parents were so selfish. I didn't want none of that in my life, you know? So I know for a fact, selfishness is the root of all evil, not money. Money is a byproduct. We can get money, you know, this or that. Even on the internet, you can make money. So Sue Ann says both have to provide. Well, not in that sense, Sue Ann. They're still can be a one person, you know, have a job and one person run the home in today's world, because there's some jobs out there that pay a lot. But both have to input. You know, is your best input taking care of the children, or are you better at it? Okay, you're better at it. Then you should do that. You're doing this, you know, and people can figure it out for themselves. There is no set way. The woman has to do the dishes. The man has to go to work. It's not like that no more. That was back in the 50s. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying there are people that are better at certain skills, and they should be the ones doing them skills, you know? So. Planetarium, he says, all good, dude, but we are here for the aquariums and fish. Then you need to be on the videos, because this Friday night is not about you or what you want. Friday nights are my night to get out and hang out with my fishy family and my friends and my followers. It isn't about what you want. This is the only time I can get out and have fun. I'm not leaving the house. I'm still watching Tracy right now. I've left the live stream, 3 times now, taking care of Tracy. She's right in the other room. There is no nurse here. I have to take care of her, but this is my Friday night. This is my night at the bar. This is my guys' night out. This is my hanging out with my friends, okay? Because I never get to leave. I don't get to live a normal life, okay? So I give and give and give of myself. This Friday night, this is about me hanging out with my followers, my friends, my fishy family, and having a good time. So if you are interested in just the fish, watch the videos, comment on there. It'll all be fishy. You know what I'm saying? Sorry, but This is how it is. This is my Friday night out. Holly Jim says, real communication and working on relationships are hard to come by now. For sure. This smoked bird says, I love fish, but Friday night is the best. Savannah agrees. I love you guys. You guys are the best. I mean, every time I start feeling down, I know I've got my fishy family on Fridays. You know what I'm saying? Even if you're not hanging out here, people in Australia, Great Britain, Isle of Man, you know, Germany, people from all over the world stand behind what I do. And, you know, it makes me feel good. I love that. So, you know, he didn't realize I'm not going to hold him, you know, accountable. That's fine. You're okay. Hollywood Beagle says, I'm here for the drama and the life advice. If anything that I say can make your life better, oh my God, thank you. That would be great. But I'm just saying what I've gone through and what I've learned is to be good to each other, to be good, you know, to your friends, to help everybody out. And every person that takes advantage of you makes you want to just turn evil and say, screw everybody else. You don't understand how many times it's happened to me. I still feel like a better person in the position of helping people out and wanting to make things better. You know what I'm saying? So, Smoke Perch has only been watching a few months, but now everyone's great. You can pick up just from watching that Rich, Jerry, and the rest of the crew are genuinely good people. Aw. So he says, that's just Big Rich, though. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Harley Jam says, right, Fishy Fridays are my weekly highlight. Oh my God, aren't we sad that this is our highlight? All this shit we went through in life, and this is our highlight? But I'm right there with you. I can't wait for Fridays. I can't wait to hang out with you guys. Summer Lee says, a lot of us look forward to Fishy Fridays. DT Knox says, I'm late, but you're all still here. Oh, that's awesome. Dominic says, well said, Rich. Oh, thank you. Vasquez family says, this is always our Friday night show, family time. But, you know, I don't necessarily think it's family time. You know, the kids shouldn't be listening to Big Rich swearing, you know, but it is family oriented. I do have morals and standards towards family, you know what I'm saying? And, you know, not that I'm pushing them on anybody else, but I live my life by a certain set of rules, you know. And someone really says that, and of course, questions about the rescue and fish are always welcome. Of course. When you have a fish question, that's what the super chats are for. Jerry, super chats are for, I've asked this question 3 times, you haven't seen it. Here's a super chat. Oh shit, we're going to read every super chat, of course, you know. But there's so many questions. A lot of times, you know, I get like every 4 out of 10 questions, and they pass by me, you know. Rick says, what's up, Jerry? Miss you already, buddy. Oh, shit. Jumped again. Doopy says, it's now 3:30 in the Netherlands. To be honest, I fell asleep after a long night fishing and woke up around 12:30. Damn, Doopy, it's 3:30 there? What time is it here? It's 9:30 here. You on the other side of the world, brother. Oh, who is this? Sue-Ann sent $5. Thank you, Sue-Ann. Says OFR Fishy family. Of course. Jerry says, kicking back, enjoying the evening. See, you know, we all enjoy our Friday nights, and sometimes we go off. Sometimes we'll talk about music. Sometimes we'll talk about food. Sometimes we'll talk about hot rods. It's always something. Sometimes we'll talk about big decks. But it's always fun, and you know, it's always educational. Oh, Jem says, "Oh my God, my son just walked in with a bunch of snow machine parts, hood, seat, motor. Oh my God, there you go. He's building you a snow machine, snowmobile." Dominic says, "If I could breed two different species of fishy, which ones would you choose?" Jerry, you should answer this because you come up with your strain of guppies that you lost here. Basket's family says, "No kids here. Mr. and Mrs. Family Time. You remind me of my dad. Rough, rugged, but respectful until you cross him." Aw, thank you, Basket's family. I've always respected you guys. You guys have been here for a long time. And you sent me the biggest, you know, metal cup I've ever had that was so like thoughtful. And there's pictures on there I didn't even know where you got. I'm like, just this is amazing. I love that cup. Or what do you call it? A metal thing with a screw-on cap. What's that called? You drink out of. It's not a cup. Aggressive Fish Lover says, "The odd time we talk about fish and fish keeping in the aquarium hobby." Every once in a while we'll get to that. But see, I didn't start this to be more of OFR. Here, you know, log on. Let's talk about fish. This was all about, I don't get out. I love hanging out with my fishy family that appreciates what we do around here. You know, I love hanging with you guys. And you guys, I guess, love seeing everything that happens here and all this stuff we go through and how we keep on fighting toward the good and, you know, blah, blah, blah. Sean H says, "Rich, your dedication is amazing. I was watching earlier and went out for dinner and you're still on." Oh, thank you, Sean. Well, I asked everybody, do you want to keep on going? I'll grab another drink, you know. Deb Charge says, "How are the sturgeon doing in the pond?" They're doing amazing. It's amazing when you're out there watching, you feeding, and then all of a sudden one lurks up from the depth and you're like, "Oh, look, there's a," you know, and you're like amazed. It's amazing, you know. And now I'm more excited about seeing them because I don't see them as much, you know. Same thing with the paddlefish. You know, they come up and they flip upside down and grab some pellets. You're like, "Oh, there's a paddle." Oh, he's gone. "Oh, there's a paddlefish." You know, you're so excited. Smoke perch as gazebo. Holly Jam says, "Like we'd say for you to stop alive." You're funny. Deb Chart says, "I love the sturgeon. They are awesome. They do look like, you know, true sharks living in there, you know. You see them come up and then their head disappears and then you see their tail. And it's like, ooh, it's got that point to it. It's, oh my God, it looks like such a shark." So, as far as the weight, I gained 4 pounds since Rick and Maritza were here in that 5 days. I didn't ruin my diet, but I ate a lot. You know what I'm saying? Like we cooked hamburgers, you know, bacon burgers or whatever. I didn't eat the buns. We cooked hot dogs. I ate the hot dogs. We cooked, you know, sausage and links and all that. I ate a lot of that. The bacon and the ham. I didn't eat no bread. I didn't. Even Jerry complimented me on how well I was still keeping my diet in, but I ate more. So, I did gain 4 pounds, but I'm thinking that's still stuff in me that maybe will pass soon. You and Nate says sturgeon are so prehistoric looking. They're amazing fish. Yeah. Depth Charge says you'll gain 10 when Suang gets there. I don't think so. I'm going to be losing weight the next week. I'm gonna get back down. I was at 252, and now I'm back to 256. So, or wait, I was 250. Yeah, something like that. I may have gained more. I'm 258 now, but I haven't gone to the bathroom in the last 3 days, so I need to go number 2 eventually. Doopy says, do you feed the sturgeon special sinking food because they're bottom feeders? No, they have learned since they've been in here to come up, flip upside down, and they eat off the top. So I don't have to worry about them. Summerlee says, I saw multiple sturgeon in Reap's video. They look good in the big pond. They are awesome in there. Harley Jam says, changing fat to muscle is going to affect your weight flux. Yeah, I'm telling you, with all this protein powder I've been eating, you know, anytime I'm hungry, I'll drink a protein shake. And all this work I've been doing, I'm telling you, I feel it. Like that whole day of grabbing stuff and throwing it up over this piece of wood on this trailer to get it, you know, 6 foot, 7 foot tall. It was 7 foot tall trailer. I was 6 foot. So I don't know. Suanne says, you ain't shit in 3 days? No. I usually go once a week. So I build weight, I lose it. I build weight, I lose it. It's been that way all my life. Garcia Aquatics sent $10. Says, OFR Fishy family. Thank you, Garcia Aquatics. Appreciate that. Howard Beagle says, no number 2 in 3 days. That's not normal. I know it. I've heard it all my life. I've done the whole, you know, fiber thing. I take fiber pills, everything. It doesn't change a thing. I'm just so slow. I'll build up, and feel bloated. And then, you know, 2 days, I get skinny. Dominic says, I got to say, it's really nice to be getting to know everyone OFR Live and being from Australia and following since 2019. That's 7 years, and picking up tips off Rich for fish keeping. Aw, thank you. You know, people don't say that a lot. A lot of people say I'm fucking, you know, dumb and stupid and drunk and blah, blah, blah. But you know what? I have taught Josh everything he knows. I have taught Richie what he knew. I have raised good kids that are getting ahead now, and they have taken their you know, their business or their, what do you want to call it? Their, you know, like Richie, I can't build the way Richie builds now. Richie took his talent and went on and built for now. I asked Richie, he's like a cabinet maker at his building, you know, he is on point. I ask Richie now things, you know, he teaches me now. So, you know, Josh, you know, he took his skill, thank you, and took it to the next level. And now he's all about this engineering thing, and he tells me what's allowed and not allowed in the city and this and that. I mean, each kid have taken what I've taught them and grew, you know, and now they're both smarter than me. And, you know, that's any father's dream. Both kids should be, you know, better than you. Hollywood Beagle says, I hate to say it, Rich, but you're full of shit. And they meant that in the most loving way I know. It got hid, but that was funny. Doompy says, the biggest beluga sturgeon caught is 23.7 feet, 3,400 pounds. Boy, he's coming up on Big Rich territory, ain't he? Oh, shit. Summerlee says, the students are becoming the teachers. Yeah, but I'm still their father. So when they come over here, and we had to argue about this a lot. When you come over here and I'm doing a project, just listen to Dad, you know, help out. When I come to your house, I'm not going to take over. I'm going to listen to you. I don't know what you're trying to accomplish. I don't know where your stuff is. I don't know. Tell me what to do and I'll go do it. And that's what I do at their houses. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, that stopped a whole lot of things. And that works out good for us. Fishy Friday synapses. We talked about Big Britch's shit. Come on, guys. This is way too much. I didn't sign on for all this. Anybody want to talk about, you know, cars or recipes or guitars or music, anything? Harley Jem says, my friend's kid pulled a 6.5-foot sturgeon out of a river up here in northern Ontario. Took 2 hours. Did he let it go? I mean, that's an amazing pull right there. That's, I mean, anybody needs to go through that in their life for sure. But did he let it go? Did it make it? Because that's you know, 60 years of life happening. Oh, that's awesome. Harley Jem says, yep, released. Thank you. You just warmed the cockles of my heart. You know, a lot of people take a big fish, you know, and they don't realize the bigger the fish, the worse it tastes. You know, you want a younger fish, you know, you get you know, trout at 1 foot or 2 is great. A 3-foot trout is dying into, you know, decrepit. You don't want to eat that. So the whole point is the younger ones should be taken for food. The elder ones should be just released. They've lived. They got their majesty. They're awesome. They're beautiful. You know, Harley says it was beautiful. Thank you. Smoked Perch says, how about that recipe for the perfect hard-boiled eggs? Okay. A lot of people don't watch this. We're down to 119. I'll tell you, but I still wanted to make a video of it. Okay. Here's the thing. Turn your pan on, okay? It's a 10-5-10 rule, okay? 10-5-10. Just remember, that's all you got to remember. 10 minutes of cooking, and then 5 minutes of sitting, and then 10 minutes in a ice bath. That's how I do it every time. Whether I cook it in the steamer or boiling water, whatever, 10 minutes in that boiling water. Once the water's up to boil, you drop your eggs in, let it go for 10 minutes. You pull them out, you leave them sit for 5 minutes. Then you drop them right in an ice bath. After that, what it is the eggs are hot inside and you're hitting the ice. Just like if you don't have enough insulation, you're going to get condensation on the ceiling, right? The ice cold outside and the hot inside is going to make steam in between the skin and the shell. So after 10 minutes sitting in the ice bath, you can crunch it up one-handed, bust it off, and the egg will fall out perfect. I mean, it will not. I've had eggs where I'm trying to peel them and I'm pulling off chunks of white and the egg showed up looking like a damn Frankenstein monster. You know what I'm saying? This works every single time. 10-5-10. It works every time. And I'll make videos of it. But, you know, I'm over there. I'm crunching the eggs with one hand, cracking it open, catching it with the other hand, rinsing it underwater, and putting it on the counter over here. That's how fast it is to peel an egg. It's that fast. It's so easy, you know? Oh, Hilewood Beagle said, did you figure out the water leak is in the koi pond? Yes, we did. There was actually 2 different spots. One, okay, last year we had the stream open with all the plants in it, okay? And everything was fine. We added them 2 filters on top of the wetland filter from Aquascape. So now there's 3 times the water running. Well, no, one's 10,000 and 2 are 4,000 each. So there's 8,000 more gallons of water running through this stream. So this time when we went to put the plants in, oh, we had them in last year, they worked great. No, it slowed down the water so much that it backed up over here and was overflowing in the stream. So Josh went through the stream and pulled out all the algae that was like 2-3 foot long, pulled all that out and moved the plants aside to let water run through, which helped out a lot and it lowered the level. But also at the same time, the corner overflow, the water overflow goes into an overflow tube, and then that pump pumps it up and goes to the wetland filter down underwater. it has a proprietary plastic piece that goes from the aquascape pump to the aquascape overflow thing here. And you can't just buy that. You have to buy it from aquascape, and it's like 60 bucks. That thing busted at the corner and it's squirting water all out everywhere. We didn't see it because there's a lid there, so it's hitting the lid and then going all outside and draining down the pond. We didn't know it. So Josh unplugged that. We have no more leaks, no more. The water is now filling up overnight tonight. We've got extra inside, so we're good. Josh is going to take out the aquascape pump and put in regular PVC to this what do you want to call it? The screw-on thing. And I can't remember the name of them. You screw them through, and then you put PVC on them. Shit. Okay, I can't draw that word right now. So he's going to replace that and get that fixed and up and running. Okay, Nate says, guitarist, what model is your BC Rich? It's a Warlock. Tyler says, I'm sorry to hear about your gazebo. It's all back up and running, you know. It's setting back up. I just got to fix 2 corners and affix the screws to the floor. I'm hoping to get to that tomorrow. I didn't have a nurse today. Oh, no, I had a nurse today, but I was cleaning out that basement. I didn't get to it today. It's being held up by the forklift or the bobcat, so I'm not too worried about it. But I want to get to it soon so that the wind can't move it. Cheryl says, hey, Rich, how's my husband? Sorry I missed the show. Down in the basement doing plumbing. He said he'd show up here, but, you know, you called and said, you know, you weren't going to be around, so he wasn't coming. No, I'm kidding. He was trying to come here today, but his son just got married today, and, you know, a lot of stuff happened, so he didn't make it today. Wisconsin Aquatics says, what's up, Big Rich? What's up, Wisconsin Aquatics? He says, not so big rich. I'm still, you know, 256, 258, somewhere's in there. I gained a little bit of weight for this last week or so, but I'll be back down to 252, hopefully gaining on 250 before Swan gets here. Rick says, if I was there, Big Rich, I'd definitely be helping you. You know what? Did you see today's video, Rick? Did you see how messy that basement is? Oh my God, it's ridiculous. I haven't even made it over to the fish to see if they lived yet. Wisconsin Quiet says, you've lost so much weight since I started watching 5 years ago. Yeah, about 91 pounds so far. But thank you for noticing. I'm hoping Tracy wakes up and is like, who the hell are you? Barb Holtz says it looked like a tornado came through with debris. Yeah, for sure. Rick said, I told you to put a tarp down there. Yeah, but I thought the guys would at least plastic it off. You know what I'm saying? They're the ones going to do the work. And then at the last minute, I got told there was no nurse and I have to watch Tracy, so I wasn't out there watching them. I thought they would at least put down plastic. That didn't happen. Gazebo, Summerlee says, drink up, guys. All right. Anything else? It's 9:44. I'm an hour and 44 minutes over time. And I'm running out. I got an inch left of my drink. So anything you guys want to say, get it out now. Barb says, where's Jerry? I'd be taking a dog with him. I don't know. Something. Jerry quit at 8 o'clock. He's out back. He's smoking a cigar and going to bed. Wisconsin Quack says, bro, being a caretaker is so much part of your personality. Tracy couldn't have been in better hands. Aw, thank you. You know, people say, you know, you're amazing for doing this. You're amazing for, and I don't see it. Any one of you, let's say, if your kid went down, you would be there taking care of him, right? You can't go out. You can't go party. You can't have fun. You're here taking care of your kid. You know what? You're going to do that because that's your kid. Tracy's family. Tracy is one of my kids now. She's, you know, it don't matter when we're not married no more. Nobody else is going to take care of her. I've tried getting her family involved. They aren't here. You know what I'm saying? It's been 6 years. I've tried everything. I'm the one taking care of her. So if I didn't do that, she'd be in a nursing home. And you know how bad that was when she was in a nursing home. You know, she went septic twice in 2 months. And, you know, they're telling me that, you know, this and that. And, you know, she's going to pass. And I fought for her and I got her home. And she's never been septic once in the 6 years she's been home. She's never, you know, had a bed sore in the 6 years she's been home. And that's just normal caring. If you care about somebody, you know, like okay, I watch Tracy a lot in my bedroom. I have the camera on her. I have another camera right on her numbers zoomed in so I can see her numbers and I can see her from my bedroom. I can at least lay down, play video games, watch movies, whatever. Oh, beep, beep, beep. I can hear it going off. I run out there. I take care of Tracy, right? But at the same point, it's not that hard. Okay, so you lose some sleep. You know, a lot of people are like, I don't understand how you can sleep from 8 to 12 and still function. Well, a lot of times, like this last week, when Rick and Marissa are here, I didn't get to function. I was actually drinking and didn't get to pass out and still had to watch Tracy and skipped my 4 hours sleep the next morning because the roofers were here. I mean, it was just so much at once. You know what I'm saying? And all you got to do, push yourself. You know why? Because you care. That's plain and simple. If you care, you will do. I don't understand all these people saying, oh, you're a saint, you're this, you're that. No, you're not. You're just somebody that cares about that person. Okay, you guys got me hiccuping now. Harley Jam says, wow, 200 bonus. I bought booze on the right night. Here's to you, Harley. Gazebo. Okay, aggressive fish lovers. Love you, but listen, these people came in and gave me a cheap price because they love OFR and love what they do. They're doing what they're doing for, like, you know, thousands cheaper than other people. Say, so I have nothing but, you know, happiness for them. Yes, it would have been nicer if they put plastic down. I wasn't out there to do it. I didn't. I would never have thought somebody would do something like that on top of the fish tanks. But that was my fault. My nurse didn't show up and I was stuck inside. All I can see is what they're doing up here. I didn't even see until they were like 9/10 done through the basement that, oh my God, now you can see the basement because it was all dark, you know, shadowy. I can't see that, you know. So I saw the holes, but I didn't see what was beyond the holes. I didn't know it wasn't plastic off. So, you know, I did tell them, you know, if you work here, you do the job, I'll do as best I can to help you out. Like, I'll haul away the wood. You don't have to do that. I'll help you carry the trash to the dumpster. You know, you don't have to do that, you know, blah, blah, blah. So, I don't know. Nate says, I got to run to the liquor store. Have a great night. See you, Nate. So, you know, the whole thing is I don't, okay. that was bad, and they caused me a lot of work. Yes, but they're still way cheaper than anybody else, and they're helping me out. They're basically doing it on a pay my guys and I'll help you out. So I'm still indebted to them. Okay, even though they caused me a lot of work, and this should have been avoided. Okay, so let's just go with that, and we'll move on. I'll take it. The cards handed to me. I'll deal with it. I've asked for help for Sunday. Maybe people will show up and help me, and we'll get it all done in one day. If not, I'll get it done in a week or two. It's going to go on. It ain't like I paid a company huge bucks and they're liable, and you motherfuckers this and that. You know what I'm saying? So it's a company that came in and said, I can do this as a side project because we love what you do and we're going to follow you and help you. And they have. They've saved me a lot of money. So, take that into consideration. Wisconsin Quash says, I've watched your entire journey with Tracy and I wouldn't have done it any other way. Aw, thank you. Smoked Perch says, I run a cigar lounge out here in PA. I want to have a cigar with Jerry. Okay. I won't be there. You both smell. Wisconsin Quash says, the nursing homes are so overtaxed. They can't handle people that need constant care. This is true. Harley Gem says, so what's up with YouTube holding messages for review now? Or is that a mod? What are you talking about? I haven't had, let me look. I don't have no messages ever held for review. Let me go to it. YouTube. Let me go on this. Okay. View all. Grandpa got to take that boat out and have a good day. Oh, thank you. Michelle Brulette says, I'm definitely a fan of maintenance-free roofing. Okay. Mark loves AZ Card says, got to feed that trunk goldfish an arapaima. To an arapaima. No. We don't feed live here. Okay. And that's it. Let me see if there's any held. View all. No, there's none held. I don't know what you're referring to. Please enlighten me. Wisconsin Aquatic says, compromise is a key to a happy relationship. Let me extend on that. Let's say you're not happy with your mate and say, look, you made me feel like this because of this. You know what it's time for? You both got to come up with a solution that'll be happy to both. Well, I cannot do this no more, but if you do that, and if both people agree and they meet in the middle, problem solved. That problem will not be there no more. Move on to the next problem. You know what I'm saying? And that's a wonderful way of life. Aggressive Fish Lover says, okay, didn't know it was more of a buddy deal. Thought it was a local. Oh, yeah. If it was a local contractor, I'd be pissed. I would have still went above and beyond to get the job done. Word of mouth goes a long way in that business. This is true. This is true. And it wasn't a buddy thing. I didn't really, I've known of him, but he offered, cheaper than anybody else to help us out. So they came here and they worked their ass off on doing the roofing, which is all we hired them for. And then to come back and take off all of the wood so that we can rebuild the whole entire structure, that was a different thing. So it was a hell of a job. And both him and his father was like, if this had been anybody else, we would have canceled this job. We'd have walked off and said no, because it was so much worse than they, first agreed to, So that's why, I told Josh, stop it. Because Josh is like, I handle, people all the time and businesses all the time. And this is unprofessional. They're people trying to help us, give them a little bit of a break. So Summer Lee says, I think it's a new feature YouTube is trying out. Sometimes it won't do anything or give a message. That other mod hasn't dealt with it. Huh. Depth chart says, they just ripped up the rotted wood. Did you see how many hours was there? Did you see how nasty it was with dust flying everywhere. And, that was from the 60s. It was, I went down today and I worked an hour in that basement trying to sweep. Every broom I did put up like a 1 foot dust storm. It was nasty. I had to cover my face with a shirt. It was so nasty. And they worked all day in the heat with that. So, it's not just ripping up rotted wood. It wasn't just the sections were rotted. The hardwood was hard. It was nailed in. It was screwed in. It was solid, and they ripped it up. You know what I'm saying? Dominic says, to all the women on here, do you guys love Aussie men over the American men? I'd like to know that too, and why. Harley Gem says, like, I get the security of it, but if the site has mods, it shouldn't be as restrictive. Of course. I haven't even seen it be reactive yet. So depth charge goes, Dominic, how many Australian men do you think American women met? Not many, you know what I'm saying? We need Dominic to tell us why Australian men would be better than American men. So we can have a debate here. Aggressive Fish Lover says, lots of opinions for a nice floating deck out there. As always, I wish I could cross the border. Would love to spend a weekend getting some jobs done. Damn it. I framed houses for close to 20 years. Nice. Top to bottom. Harley Jim says, nationally means little. Quality of character is what works for me. Wisconsin Quiet says, split hot dogs in half, spread peanut butter on the middle, wrap it in bacon, bake for 30 minutes at 375. The original pigs in a blanket. Peanut butter in the middle of a hot dog wrapped with bacon? What the hell? Never heard of this. Aggressive Fish Lover goes, nah, they don't want the Australians. They really want us Canadian men, the original lumberjacks. Now, see, I can see that. Okay, a man's man, lumberjack. You got a guy wearing a plaid red shirt, carrying an axe, takes down trees. Manly man. Okay, so whoever it was telling us about Australian men, tell us why they're. You see what I just got out of Canadian men. Tell us why Australian men would be better. I want to see the debate. I'm not putting anybody down. Don't think that. I really want to see your debate. Sven says, Dominic, I grew up in Vegas and met very few Australians. Deb Chard goes, yeah, that's not a pig in a blanket. Marie Dean says, I'll keep my American men. Why? Have you tested an Australian man or a Canadian man? Or are you just so wrapped up in love, you've been with them so long, Toomby says, Australian men rattle that snake. Oh my goodness. Wisconsin Aquatic says, the original lumberjack is Paul Bunyan and Babe the Blue Ox from Wisconsin. I thought they were from Canada. I really did. Reading says, no, never tested another. Bob Taylor says, Vegemite? Oh my God, you don't want to use that as a reason to date you. Vegemite, I've tried it. It's horrible. You have to learn to love that shit. I tried it here with Skylar. It was. Oh, how can you eat this? All right, guys, it's 10 o'clock. I'm out of another drink. We're out of here. Thank you guys so much for hanging in here. Thanks for hanging out and being my Friday night. I love hanging with you guys. And, you know, as always, you know, stay fishy, my friends. Love y'all.